How are you guys? Hello, hello, hello. Who we have here? Sherry and Henny. Hey, sorry, I was moving around my little tabby tabs. Hold on a second. Hmm, Okay. All right. And we are ready. Hi. Hi, hi. Yeah, Sherry, we are starting early. Yes, we are. So we be starting early. I know everybody's like, wait a minute, wait, what's going on? What's going on? So, what's going on? Let me move this right there so you guys can't see the mess in the back, in the very, very back. So, hi everybody. Hi. Okay. All right. I have all these like things popping up on my computer. Hold on a second. Hold on a minute. Okay. I think I got it all. So, yeah. Hi and welcome. Welcome this morning. I'm just kind of like stumped. I'm just as stumped as you guys are for being here this early. I'm like, well, I'm here. It's like 9:40 now. Um Kiddo is at school. Other kiddo is in his room chilling out. The last 3 days, is today Thursday? Yeah. The last 3 days have been crazy. Not even gonna lie. It's been crazy pants around here. Getting her to bed early for school the next day is not been an easy task, but she's getting better. So, and we tried to go a little earlier and a little earlier and a little earlier. Sound different, Sherry? What do you mean sound different? Like my audio sounds weird or something? Hold on, let me check. Hello, hello, hello. Is it the audio, Sherry? Is that what you mean? Or you mean like my. Oh, hold on. Is that any different? Is that any better? Or is that any better? Let me know if this is any better. Better, better, better. Better, better, butter, butter, better, better, butter, butter. Okay, that's better. Okay. This one's not good. Ay, ay, ay. I'm watching for your comments to let me know. Because I changed the settings like 3 times. Let me go back up here.
This one? Is this one good? This one here? Is this good? All good, said Henny. Okay. All right. So anyway, what I was saying was about Kiddo. Getting her to bed early was a little bit of a train wreck. I feel exhausted. I'm exhausted. Um, I'm just tired. I'm not gonna lie, I'm tired. But it is earlier than normal. I've been getting up at like what 5 I've been getting up at 5:30 each morning. Oh, so and still not getting to bed till 11:30. So I'm not getting my full like 8 hours, and I'm one of those that needs my full 8 hours. Yeah. Hey JB. Hey JB's mama. Hey mama. Diamond painting accountant. Hey Alyssa. Hi, how are you? It's good to see you over here. Good to see you over here. But it's been a wonky week. So yesterday, I think a lot of you guys knew that was funeral home business. Um, so that was, a big chunk of the daytime. Um, Jolie has, so today is her third full day. Yeah, third full day of school. And her first full day, her first day of school, she made a little friend. Come to find out, this little friend does not speak English. So, like, oh, so, she's behind in her speech. And thinking, out of all the friends she could pick, it has to be one that doesn't speak English. It is what it is, right? Um, but yeah, they're big buddies. Another little update is that, well, yesterday when I picked her up, the teacher said that she had a great day again, but they had to lower her desk and they had to get her a preschool chair because her chair was too tall and her desk was too tall. And I'm like, mm-hmm, yeah. See, this is why I registered her for preschool because kindergartners are bigger. Google Translate, Jenny, works great. I'll have to keep that in mind. Mm. Alyssa says it's been a minute. Work has been insane lately, and I've had a lot added to my plate. Just hadn't been able to tune in during the mornings. No worries. I'm glad you're here. I'm glad you've been busy too. I'd rather be busy than not busy, right? Mm. But yeah, so um, she's she's made a buddy, and she's loving school. She's loving it. She's comes home each day with all of her little papers that she's worked on. Um, I think the first day they had like art. They had their art class too. So, of course, they always do a little bit of art in kindergarten anyway, right? But they had their specific like art class. So, because they have like art library, all those things. But yeah, she she loved it and loves it. I was worried that after her first day, when I asked her, "Are you ready to go back?" that she was going to say no. I was worried. I was like, "What am I going to do if she says no?" Because then it's going to be a fight, right? But no, she was like, "Yes, yes, 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 yes." She was ready to go back. So, um, mornings have been a little bit crazy, you know. Um, Also, a girl with hair. I mean, I usually like sling her hair up in a crazy bun or leave it just not put up. And, so now she's wanting to do her hair all the time. So we had to get the whole basket of hair care products out. It stays very handy. I have basket of her whole basket of hair bows that we have to dig through every morning to match her little outfits. She's a whole hot mess. She's a whole hot mess. And I love it. I love every minute of it. Hey, Brenda. Hi. Hey, Kel. Good to see you. Both of y'alls. So that's the update for Kiddo in school. As far as Eli's updates go, everything's normal for him. He's right as rain. Um and always eager to go to school himself. They both like school. So I'm very happy. I'm very happy. I want to get into Sarah Boone today. I want to get into chit chatting about Sarah Boone. Um, she had, because I was gone yesterday, I missed a lot of the stuff. I knew that there was some like handwritten motions that she had made. Um, and I knew that there was the court hearing, and I wanted to see that. And I didn't get a chance to watch it. So I thought, well, I will, you know, go ahead and check that out with you guys. Brenda says, Kel, I keep you in my prayers every night. Is something going on with Kel? Kel, you good? You good, Kel? I'm waiting to see if Kel's good. Mm. What Brenda say oops for? Hello. Maybe Kel and Brenda are having a personal, private conversation. I don't know. But Kel, I love you and I hope everything's good. Okay. Okay. Gotcha. You did. Yes, yes, yes. Kel said looking for a new job and place to live, so I'm stressing. Brenda said I thought I read something on here the other day. You're right. You're right. That's what she was referring to, I think. Okay, Kel. Because I was like, I knew you had your surgery a while back. You were still recuperating from that. And I was like worried that in, no, I knew that. No, I knew that about the, yes, I knew that. Um, about the moving and the new job and all that. I knew that. But I was worried that it was something health related, like you had a setback or something. No. Margaret's here almost awake. Hi, Margaret. Hi, ma'am. Okay, we're going to get into this Sarah Boone. Margaret, I'm with you, ma'am. I got one eye open too. I'm barely here this morning. I'm like, ugh. I could honestly go in there and lay down. I'm just tired. But I wanted to get back on track with, the streaming because I was off the whole week last week. And then I was gone yesterday. Monday was a no-go. So I want to try to get like a pre-warm up here, a pre-workout warm up and recuperate over the weekend and then come back strong on Monday morning. That's the plan. Man. You got your leg wraps off today, Brenda? Nice. I bet that feels good. Kel said, physically, I've been feeling great since the surgery. I've made lifestyle changes since then, and it's helping. Yay. Good for you. Good for you. And I love that you said you've been feeling great because that tells me you're really feeling great. Because if you were like, I'm doing good, then that's like a sure indicator that you're not doing good when you say you're doing good. You know what I mean? You know, I know, I know. Those gallbladders can certainly make you ill. That's a fact. All right, we have this cool little hold on, let me refresh this page real quick. And we're gonna take a look at this. Do 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 do. All right, let me share the stream. Present, share screen. This one, share. All right. So we have this on, I think this is, okay, it's msn.com. Orlando, Florida, Court TV. Accused killer Sarah Boone appeared in court on Monday, where she failed to convince a judge to give her another chance to have a lawyer represent her. Sarah Boone sits in court during a hearing on August 5th, where she represented herself. Boone, 46, is charged with second-degree murder of her boyfriend, George Torres. Now, I know a lot of people pronounce his name Jorge, but she herself pronounces it George, so I'm going to call him George, who was found dead inside of a suitcase in 2020. While Boone has admitted to zipping him into the bag, she has denied any ill intent and instead has said that his death was an accident. A Monday motion hearing addressed several handwritten motions. I'll show you those. We'll look at those. Or they might have them here. Let me open this tab up and see if they show photographs of them. Okay, I'm not seeing it. No. But she had several handwritten motions that Boone has filed since Judge Michael Kranick ruled that she had forfeited her right to an attorney. The motions requested money for experts and investigators, as well as someone to serve as standby counsel. Judge Kranick noted that a private investigator working for Prison Break Investigations had already been appointed to the case and that the money for a mental health expert had already been approved. For future requests, Kranick explained that Boone would need to outline more information beyond what had been included in the motion, which read, investigator, TBD, to be determined, total amount requesting, to be determined, how to calculate by defendant. Reason: no discovery or case materials provided to the defendant from the judge. Mm, 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 mm. Boone complained. Listen to this. Listen to this. Boone complained and says, I don't know what I'm supposed to ask for or who I'm supposed to ask for. And again, I have yet to receive my discovery, so I don't even know what it is I need. Judge Cranick acknowledged that Boone had not yet received discovery and discussed with all the parties how best to allow her to view the evidence in the case. Among Boone's concerns are the media being allowed to attend all hearings and any potential viewing she does of the evidence. Judge Cranick denied Boone's request for standby counsel, noting, as the court has determined that you have forfeited and alternately waived by your conduct your right to court appointed counsel. The court is not required to appoint standby counsel. She says, I do not forfeit my right. That was your judgment, Boone argued back. And also, I feel that I should have had some kind of evidentiary hearing prior to your decision so I could have a better chance at explaining myself and your understanding. I don't want to be pro se any longer. I didn't want to be pro se in the first place. We're going to watch that too. We're going to watch that. The judge reiterated that he had read everything in her file and that his order would stand, saying simply, it is denied, period. Boom. Boom, Sarah Boone. Boom. All right. So, I have. Hold on, let me look at these real quick. We have lots and lots of handwritten motions that she wrote. Her They start out really nice penmanship, and then by the end of it, she's like blah, 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 blah. So, but we have the actual hearing that we're gonna watch. So, um, we're gonna do that. Excuse me. Mm, Hold on a second. I'm just checking my phone. I'm nervous that the school teacher is going to call and I'm going to miss her call. Like, I don't have any reason that she would call, but if she did call, I'm like scared that I'm going to like miss the call. Like, if kiddo needs something, that always scares me that they're going to call from school and be like, yeah, you're going to have to come get her. Okay. All right. I've got that pulled up, but I need to make it full screen. There we go. I like that much better. Much better. All right. Here we go. We're going to watch this. This is her. This is Sarah Boone sitting here representing herself. So, if you haven't already watched this hearing, then and you haven't really seen much of her previously, then you're going to get a little bit of a taste of what this trial is going to be like. Okay? And unless or until she ends up hiring an attorney. But I don't see that happening. And apparently no one has taken her up on her offer when she made her little hand written or hand drawn ad looking for, an attorney. So here we go. Let's get on with it.
Case number 2020-2603, the state of Florida versus Sarah Boone, state.
David Ketchner on behalf of the state. William Dick for the state.
Ms. Boone, raise your right hand to be sworn, please. Please swear or affirm that the testimony you should give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
Ma'am, good morning. Could you please state your full name and date of birth for the record for me?
Sarah Boone, 101077.
I do see that we have a representative from JACS that's appearing virtually. Sir, can I get your appearance for the record as well?
Yes, Your Honor. Christian Lake with the Justice Administrative Commission.
Okay, very good. All right, we've got a couple of things that we're going to be addressing this morning. The first is the motions, Ms. Boone, that you had made reference the last time I saw you. The court has reviewed all of those motions. I've reviewed also JACS's reply, specifically their response to the motion seeking due process costs that was filed on July 30, 2024. State, have you had the opportunity to review all of Ms. Boone's motions?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, all right. Ma'am, I want to go through each one of them and hear from the state, from yourself, and from JACS. We're going to start first with y'all can be seated, you don't need to stand, thank you. The defendant's temporary motion for reservation of proposed costs to acquire investigator for defendant's defense and trial dated July 18, 2024, received July 29th. That request seeks to reserve any and all costs proposed to be incurred to acquire investigator. The defendant's temporary motion for reservation of proposed costs to acquire all witnesses for defendant's defense and trial dated July 18, 24, received July 29th, 2024. The request is to reserve any and all costs proposed to be incurred to acquire all witnesses for trial. And then defendant's temporary motion for depositions to be conducted per FRCP Rule 3.220 by defendant under pro se attorney title and position ordered by the judge in court dated July 18th, 2024 and received July 29th, 2024. I have reviewed all of those motions. All three motions reflect to be determined or TBD with regard to the investigator, witnesses, and deponents. The total amounts are to be determined. How to calculate is unknown. As to the depositions, the date are to be determined, and the amount of transcripts are unknown.
She's nuttier than a fruitcake, Margaret, right? Nuttier than a fruitcake. Kel said, I can't believe she's going to defend herself. She needs to plead out already. I don't know. I think she's too full of herself to even consider that, to be fair.
Mr. Lake, I've reviewed your response. Do you have anything else to add, sir, with regard to those items, investigators, witnesses, or deponents?
Not really, Your Honor. The only thing is if we can provide Ms. Boone a copy of our pro se packet that has information about, including model motions. We would be happy to send her a copy or to send your JA a copy that you could send to give to her. That might help her for purposes of future motions. But as far as these are concerned, I think our response pretty much outlines what our position was to each of those requests.
Okay, thank you, sir. If you would be so kind to send that to Ms. Barrios, we will ensure that Ms. Boone gets a copy of it. State, do you have any position with regard to those three motions that the court just identified?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, ma'am. So previously, Prison Break Investigations was already appointed to be your investigator. The JAC has no objection to authorizing $5,000 in costs for prison break and for $500 for obtaining case-related documents and materials on your behalf. So seeing as there's no objection, even though you were asking for a reservation, I'm going to go ahead and permit that cost to be incurred. With regard to the costs for witnesses and the depositions, you are requesting, as I identified earlier, just to reserve those costs. And as I had said earlier, the motions do not identify who the witnesses are or what the deponents are. So I'm going to deny those motions with prejudice, but that means you can refile them and we can readdress them when you file motions in the future addressing any of those items for ensuring witnesses being subpoenaed or appearing for your defense at trial, or for any persons that you may seek to depose. Because as of right now, I don't know who it is that you were seeking to depose based on your own motions. Do you understand the court's ruling as to those three motions, and do you have any questions, or do you want to add anything?
I would like to add, please.
Sure.
With your delegated due date of July 22nd, for all of my pretrial motions to be submitted, I have yet to receive my discovery, so I was trying to beat that deadline or at least meet it. So I don't know what I'm supposed to ask for or who I'm supposed to ask for, and again, I have yet to receive my discovery, so I don't even know who it is I need. So I understand for those, so you're telling me at a later date once I have that information to revise them.
I'm giving you the opportunity to refile them. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
With regard to the defendant's motion for reservation of proposed cost to With regard to defendant's motion for reservation of proposed cost to acquire expert witnesses for the defendant's defense in trial dated July 18th, 2024 and received July 29th, 2024. Mr. Lake, anything else to add other than what is identified in your response?
No, Your Honor. Again, the issue here is, with the exception of the mental health expert that's already been approved, there would need to be much more specific motions for these costs. Ms. Boone needs to include essentially what we included in our response. And again, the model motions that we will be sending to will have that information. Without specific information, neither us nor the court can make an informed decision on whether the requests are appropriate.
Okay. Ma'am, the motion fails to identify any specifics. It has to be determined for your expert witness or witnesses. It does not identify the type of the witnesses. It doesn't identify the amounts, and it's difficult for me to identify the particular showing of need, which is what's required for the appointment of that expert. So again, I'm going to give you the opportunity to refile in the future a motion pertaining to any specific experts, identifying the specificity that JACS has requested in their response. So at this point in time, that motion is denied without prejudice, and you'll have the opportunity to refile it. Lastly is the defendant's motion requesting immediate relief to the defendant by appointing effective standby counsel to aid and support in preparation of a criminal case for trial dated July 18, 2024 and received July 29, 2024. The request, ma'am, that you are seeking in that motion is to provide immediate relief to defendant by appointing effective standby counsel to aid and support in preparation of her criminal case for trial. State, do you have any position with regard to Ms. Boone's request for standby counsel?
No, Your Honor, other than what's already been placed on the record in the court's order.
Okay. Mr. Lake, anything over and above what's in your response?
I'm sorry, but in my mind, I'm thinking that the state should say, I wish that you would give her standby counsel because otherwise this is going to be a train wreck. This is going to be a train wreck. I mean, right? Don't you guys think? It's going to be a train wreck.
Just briefly, Your Honor, the point we would make, Your Honor, is I think Ms. Boone misunderstands the role of standby counsel. Standby counsel is not co-counsel or assistant counsel to a defendant. Standby counsel is there for when, in the situation where a pro se defendant who is elected to represent herself decides at some point they want a lawyer, that allows the court to put a lawyer back into play at that point in time. In other words, it's a safety mechanism so that if a defendant who is decided to represent themselves decides at some point they do no longer want to represent themselves, the court has a lawyer already in place so that the progress is not delayed. It is not an assistant or a a co-counsel, it is someone whose role is essentially not to get involved until the defendant says, I no longer want to represent myself.
Ma'am, the court's had the opportunity to review the case law on this issue. There is no constitutional right to stand by counsel as decided by Paul v. State, 152 Southern 3rd, 635 at pinpoint 641 by the Florida 4th District Court of Appeal in 2014, citing to the Florida Supreme Court case in Jones v. State, 449 Southern 2nd, 253 at pinpoint 258 from 1984. As the court has determined that you have forfeited and alternatively waived by your conduct the right to court-appointed counsel, the court is not required to appoint standby counsel. That's Brown v. State, 45 Southern 3rd, 110 at pinpoint 114 through 115, Florida 1st DCA 2010, citing to, again, Jones v. State by the Florida Supreme Court in 1984. There is no Sixth Amendment right to simultaneously proceeding pro se and with legal representation by the Florida Supreme Court in 2009 in Shepard v. State, 17 Southern 3rd, 275 at 279. For the reasons that the court identified in its 16-page order previously entered, your request for standby counsel is denied. Do you have any other questions, ma'am, as to the court's rulings this morning?
First off, I did not forfeit my rights. That was your judgment. And also, I feel that I should have had some type of evidentiary hearing prior to your decision, so I could have better explained myself and you could have had a better understanding. So by you denying my standby counsel, which thank you to him for explaining to me what specifically it is, I don't want to be pro se any longer. So I didn't want to be pro se in the first place. And again, you, in my opinion, unlawfully denied me or didn't even suggest an evidentiary hearing in order for me to avoid or try to go about a solution or remedy so you would understand. So I don't know if it's me either wasting your time or anybody else's time, if it's even an opportunity, or if it's just something that is denied, period.
It is denied, period. With regard to an evidentiary hearing, that seems to be in the realm of a Ferretta inquiry where a criminal defendant is seeking to represent themselves. And I would inquire of that person and have an evidentiary hearing as to the rights and remedies that you were forfeiting and the pros and cons of proceeding representing yourself and the benefits of being represented by counsel. Due to the Florida case law that was provided in the 16-page order, no such evidentiary hearing is required.
My understanding was the hearing, the Ferretta hearing, is in regards to competency as opposed to having an understanding before you take someone's right away.
Ferretta pertains to a criminal defendant's seeking to represent themselves. Ferretta was not applicable to your situation, and that's identified in the case law citations that were provided in the 16-page order.
Yes, I understand. It was the day of that I was explained most of all of this, and as opposed to prior, so I would know what happened or could happen. So my understanding is one thing, and then the explanation is another. So I'm just confused and feel that I should have had an opportunity prior to all of this to explain myself and to have a better understanding. So now my belief was that the the Ferretta hearing was simply competency. So the evidentiary hearing I thought would be a collaboration of the information of why I wrote my letters in order for you to remove my right to counsel. That, in my opinion, I felt that it was a type of retaliation by the court because you did not understand or attempt to understand any of my letters that I wrote previously, which was for the intervention of the judge and or the court to avoid any of this with me sitting in front of you presently.
Ma'am, as identified in my 16-page order, I listened to every audio hearing. I specifically provided dates and times and words that were specifically said at particular hearings involving yourself and prior counsel. I also made reference in the 16-page order to statements that were made in your letters. I promised you, I've read everything in the court file. I've read every single letter, and I've listened to every single audio. That decision was not made lightly, and it took a lot of time to make that determination and that decision, which explains why it was also a 16-page order. That order stands, it remains. The court's not going to revise its findings or its determination as to your forfeiture, and alternatively a waiver by virtue of the conduct identified in that order.
Okay. I believe, in my opinion, the order is erroneous, and after I reviewed your 16-page order, there are quite a few incorrect entries, and some of them are based on perjury by the attorneys. And by you reading and then also listening to the audio, you did not listen to me in any way, shape, or form in order for me to explain myself better, so you have an exact understanding of the particulars of each letter for each attorney.
I'm not going to revisit my prior decision.
I understand. I'm just trying to make you aware that is my opinion.
You, and like we talked about last time, ma'am, you're certainly entitled to that opinion.
Thank you.
All right. My judicial assistant has been in contact with the representative from the Orange County Jail, Sergeant Donald Casey, who is on his way in order to facilitate the transfer of the USB drives from Prison Break Investigations. I do see that Mr. Lane is present. So as soon as he gets here, we'll be able to address that exchange. What we can do while we're waiting for that representative to appear is address some of the things that were identified in the notice of hearing for today, which is kind of a scheduling conference for when we might be setting up certain deadlines. As of right now, the trial is scheduled for October 7th. The trial will be extended from 2 weeks to 3 weeks. So the trial will take place on October 7th, October 14th, and the third week of October 21st. October 21st is not this division's normal trial week.
So basically, he's like, you know what? We were going to go for 2 weeks, but now I'm shoving it out for 3 weeks because this chick likes to talk. So we need a whole extra week just so she can hear herself use words. Hey, Morgana, I saw you come in the chat. Hi. Hi. So earlier, Brenda said it's going to be worse than that dude who defended himself, right? Brooks. The thing is with Sarah Boone, though, she's in my mind, I feel like she's smarter than Daryl Brooks is. But also she's more vocal than Daryl Brooks is. So, I think that they're going to be very similar in a lot of ways. And yes, Tucker from the Treehouse trial, him as well. I feel like we're going to have a lot of like deja vu from Tucker and Brooks with Sarah Boone. Especially with like Tucker, he would do a lot of the like quoting different like case law that he felt like would be relevant to his case. And the judge would have to say, you know, oh no, this blah, 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 that didn't pertain to that, it did whatever, you know. And that's kind of how he did a while ago with the some case law she was talking about. But yeah, it's going to be very similar, I think. But good morning, Morgana. Right, Kel? She should have kept her lawyer then, ma'am. you know? She went through eight lawyers. I don't know. I don't know, y'all. I do not know. Or do not know. I don't know, but we're gonna see how this goes. I just love though how she keeps like telling him, "You didn't listen to me. You're wrong. You don't understand. You don't get it. I didn't have everything. I didn't get all my stuff."
However, the court has obtained coverage for that week so that should this trial proceed into a third week, we will not have to scramble in order to find coverage, and that we'll be able to efficiently proceed with any evidence or testimony on that third week on October 21. Pre-trial was scheduled for September 24th at 1:30. The court typically has its regular trial case managements on that Tuesday. Due to Ms. Boone representing herself and some of the complex issues that may be involved in this case, I'm inclined to change the date of the pretrial so that we might be able to have our own pretrial separate and apart from all the other cases that may be set for that same trial period. My thought would be to move it to, rather than the Tuesday the 24th, to Tuesday the 26th at 9 a.m.
Is that a Thursday?
Yes, sir. That's Thursday.
I gotta rewind that real quick.
Of the pretrial so that we might be able to have that week so that should this trial proceed into a third week, we will not have to scramble in order to find coverage, and that we'll be able to efficiently proceed with any evidence or testimony on that third week on October 21. Pre-trial was scheduled for September 24th at 1:30. The court typically has its regular trial case managements on that Tuesday. Due to Ms. Boone representing herself and some of the complex issues that may be involved in this case, I'm inclined to change the date of the pretrial so that we might be able to have our own pretrial separate and apart from all the other cases that may be set for that same trial period. My thought would be to move it to, rather than the Tuesday the 24th, to Tuesday the 26th at 9 a.m.
Is that a Thursday?
Yes, sir. That's Thursday.
That's acceptable to the state.
Ms. Boone, that would give you additional opportunity to prepare for trial as well.
He said Tuesday, but he meant Thursday. I had to look at my calendar too. I was like, wait a minute, what? 6th is on a Thursday of September.
Are you amenable to changing that date to September 26th at 9 a.m.?
So an additional 2 days?
Correct. You would still have that time to prepare regardless if we had the hearing on September 24 or September 26. I'm just moving it so that we don't have 50 or 60 other cases, and I can focus more attention on your case specifically.
Of course.
Okay, all right. So pretrial will be rescheduled till September 26th at 9 a.m. One of the issues that I wanted to address was deadlines for production of the state's exhibits and the defendant's exhibits. Now, I'm mindful, Ms. Boone, that you have not reviewed some of the documents that may have been provided. I know most recently, Ms. Cashman spent 20 hours with you alone going over questionings and reviewing some of the materials. I don't know the breadth and scope of what was reviewed to you, but some of it may have been reviewed to you based on counsel's representations. State, I want to address with you first, because Ms. Boone hasn't reviewed the discovery yet, as to what your position is with regard to assembling or finalizing an exhibit list or your exhibits for trial.
As far as providing a list of the specific items that the state seeks entry of?
Correct. I do want it before pretrial. So let me just kind of lay the map for what the court's thinking. The court would have the state provide a exhibit list and a witness list by X date. Ms. Boone would have the opportunity to look at that list. We would then have a hearing where all of the exhibits would be shown to and provided to Ms. Boone. They would be provided on a USB thumb drive that could be utilized with a laptop at the jail. And then she could view all those exhibits here in open court. And then she would be afforded the opportunity to make an objections in writing to any exhibits at a later time by a certain date.
Oh, JB's going to the store, but we'll be listening. Who needs snacks? I could use some snacks. I could use some snacks. Anything's good. How about an original Slim Jim? I love Slim Jims. They're so not good for you, but I like gas station snacks. I always go for Slim Jims, peanuts, or a candy bar. Morgana says, I have a feeling we're going to use this objection yapping a lot during her trial, right? I know. Yep. Thank you, Morgana. Yes, make sure you guys give the thumbs up button a click. Just smash that little thumbs up button. I would appreciate it. I would appreciate it a lot. Brenda, I think it was you that had left a comment on maybe the last video I did on Tuesday about the memberships. Yes, you guys, let me grab this. Hold on. I think I finally found the link, and Miss King wasn't able to do it from her phone, but I think that this link will work for iPhone users. If somebody wants to let me know if it works for them, if it brings up the membership page here. There we go. Try this out and see what happens. So, yeah, let me know if that link works for the iPhone users and Android users for that matter. But I know Miss King was struggling to get it to work, and Brenda had mentioned it. I think it was Brenda that mentioned it in one of the comments. So I went and dug around to see if I could try to find the link, and I finally found it. It was, Brenda, it worked for her. Yay! Brenda! Yay! Thank you so much, Brenda. Apparently it works. Yay! Thank you, ma'am. Now you can use all the fun little memojis, the little emojis. The Bev's bangs with the blonde hair. She's been everybody's favorite emoji so far. Oh, that just takes you to the memberships page of the channel. No option to join? Really? Maybe it's not giving you an option to join because you're already a member? Because it worked for Brenda, maybe? Aunt Bev's bangs. It's so cute. They're so cute. All right. Thank you. Bow chicka wow wow. Welcome, Brenda. Is Miss King here? Is Miss King here? I didn't see Miss King. I don't see Miss King. If Miss King pops in though, hi. I just know that she was having a problem with it the other day trying to get it to work for her. Okay, Margaret, go do your morning walk. Go do your morning walk. Took me to a page to decide which level. Okay. All right. Oh, Miss King just got here too. Miss King, I was letting them know that I just posted the link to the memberships up above in the chat. If it should work for iPhone users. So, it took me a while to find it. They like bury that link. I was like, "Where is it?" Yes, Kel, it is. Automatically though, I think YouTube like shortens it and makes it like a hyperlink with the little red YouTubey arrow. But when you click on it, that's the actual like HTML link, you know? Um awesome. Awesome. Wait a minute. Margaret got 5 calls for interviews this week? Margaret, everybody wants you, ma'am. Gotta do my morning walk. 5 calls for interviews this week. I'm gonna start hiding. You should. I'm still saying that you need to be sparking up your little business making your greeting cards, but that's just me. Okay, Miss King says she sees the link and it takes her to the levels. Okay, good deal. Good deal, good deal, good deal. All right, let's continue on with this hearing.
Date.
I guess one of the concerns would be that if the state identified specific items that we would seek entry of, depending on the course of the trial and the questioning, there may be other items that have already been disclosed in discovery that may necessitate being entered in, would potentially not be part of this original witness exhibit list. Items that were in the discovery, but if that makes sense.
That does make sense,
Yeah.
and I understand what you're saying. And that seems to be more of a fluid situation as to what may happen at trial, right?
Sure. I don't imagine the court's intent would be for the state to just produce the exact witness lists that have already been sent in discovery and just make a notation of every item of evidence. The idea would be to try to pare down.
That's exactly the idea. Now, obviously, that wouldn't foreclose you if something was produced in discovery and something that would not be relevant or admissible at a certain stage of the trial, but maybe later became relevant or admissible due to something that happened or something that was said. I would not foreclose the state, nor would I foreclose Ms. Boone from attempting to move that piece of evidence into evidence for the jury to consider. But it would be almost like a civil conference where you and opposing counsel would go over what your exhibits are prior to proceeding to trial. And I think that's important to do that so that Ms. Boone has the opportunity to view those in court so that's on the record as to what she's reviewed, and then give her the opportunity to provide any objections, if any, to any of those exhibits. And again, I wouldn't foreclose you if you want to use items A, B, and C, and that's all you intend on using. I don't know what you intend on using. I don't know what evidence you have. If you only want to use and only show A, B, and C, but are saving D, E, and F for later, depending on what happens, I won't foreclose you from readdressing D, E, and F. But it's just an opportunity to address what it is you think you're going to be seeking into evidence at this time.
So essentially,
Go ahead, sir.
so I think we could accommodate that if we could go around September the 1st for that, and then that would give her an opportunity to review that USB and lodge any objections, and then we could potentially object address those objections and go from there.
So I have a question. Why is this dude wearing this big, massive trench coat in the middle of the courtroom in Florida? I'm confused. I don't know. Anyway, Miss King says, I think it's terrible that it's not on your page. It seems like that is wrong to make it difficult to join. That's bad for the channel. I don't know. I don't understand why some channels the join is near the subscribe. I don't know. I don't know why it's not. Oh, you know what, Morgana? You're right. There was a hurricane going through. Maybe it is a raincoat. I'm just like, dude, when you in there in a trench coat? Oddball, probably torrential downpours. That's true. The storm. The storm. I forgot about Debbie. I forgot about Debbie being there. I forgot about that. I forgot. You're right. You're right. Oh, hi, Mary. Is it Mary or Marie? I like the way it's spelled either way. Hi and welcome. Welcome. I know, right, Morgana? That's my thoughts. I mean, if you're going to wear a trench coat, that's fine, but it just looks weird. You're standing there talking to the judge in this big honking trench coat, you know? It just seems weird. Mary, okay, first timer. Well, welcome, Mary. I'm glad to have you join us. Super glad. Hi and welcome. Yeah, it was just weird to me. I don't know. But I love that Kale comes in with the storm, right? The storm. Miss King, as far as the join button, I'm not sure. Maybe it's just a situation where, shoot, maybe it's something I'm supposed to turn on, or I wouldn't think so though, but like a little button I have to click to make it do that. I don't know. I have no idea. No idea. Maybe it's because it's new and it just hasn't had time to like insert its little join buttony self there where it's supposed to be. I don't know. No clue. Morgana says for sure Brenda looks like he's in the mafia. It does. Let me introduce you to my little friend.
Okay, and that would be September 1 to have the evidence viewing, for lack of a better word, or for the list to be provided?
For the list and the
I said, let me introduce you. That's not it. It's say hello to my little friend. Sorry.
USB.
Yeah, we're going to make this work for an October 7th trial date, Judge. I think September 1st is probably about the right time frame to have this in-court hearing to begin lodging those objections if she has any. My next question is, are you expecting the physical evidence to be brought here into court by a CSI so that she can potentially open it? Or are we just talking about digital evidence and giving her a list of the physical items?
If there's physical evidence that's sought, I want her to have the opportunity to review it.
And we should be looking at the top of the month for September so that we can get this done.
Okay, all right. Ma'am, do you understand that what it is that I'm discussing right now, so that you have the opportunity to review the evidence that the state may be seeking into evidence in your trial?
Is it my understanding that they will supply me with a USB drive and then I am to review it while in court?
No, ma'am. So it's kind of a two-step process. So anything that's digital, that's not forensics or CSI or something that's tangible, will be provided.
I'm sorry I keep starting and stopping. But the camera dude needs to chill out with the zooms in and zooms out because he's making me a little seasick. Dude, if you're hearing this, which I know you're not, but if you were to be hearing this, I would tell you to calm your farm on the zooming in and zooming out. It's like whoo, whoo, right? Um, Also, you can tell the judge is trying to be very, very, very patient with this one. Absolutely. Ms. King says, I just sent the link to myself so I can go back to it later. Good deal. All right. Awesome. I'm glad that you finally were able to find it, though. It was like a needle in a haystack. Mary said, this is a tough case. Sort of feel sorry for her. She brought it on herself, but she is intelligent enough to whine, be a star, and navigate this better than I do. Well, I mean, I do feel like she's smart. But I also feel like she's just um I don't know. She likes to talk. All of her letters and everything are very wordy, and the fact that she is like continuously low key arguing with the judge, I'm like, you ain't never gonna get nowhere at this rate. Morgana said, I saw this the other day, and this is just a whole thing with her and seeing this evidence. I know. I know. I know. Her and this discovery. She's smart, but she's out there for sure, right? I think that she's maybe a teensy bit narcissistic. I think she likes to hear herself talk. I think she's smart and she knows she's smart, but um it's not very smart to kind of force 8 other attorneys' hands. You know what I mean? If she was really smart, she would have kept her trap shut and let them do their job. Now, I understand if she feels like they're not doing the right job, but after 3 or 4 attorneys, you know, yeah. And she keeps saying, I didn't um ask to be pro se. I didn't let go of my rights to counsel. You took them from me. But we've heard this in Daryl Brooks's case with the Waukesha parade. The judge told him, Daryl Brooks, over and over and over, you not following the law, following the rule, following the decorum, and following these things that we have set forth here, you are actually relinquishing those rights by behaving the way you're behaving. You may not say, I'm giving up my right to counsel willingly, but by acting the way you're acting and doing the things you're doing, you are. And that's what he's trying to explain to her. And she's just like, not having it. She's not having it. So, ugh. I think she's smart with no common sense. That's a good way to put it, Miss King. Good way to put it. Not smart to get the judge aggravated at you either. Exactly. How annoying and going overboard with 7 attorneys. That's her fault. They were mean. But 7 against 1, something is wrong. Well, you kind of have to look at the common denominator. You know, when there's issues, you kind of have to look back at the common denominator, and that common denominator is Sarah Boone. So, you know, whenever you're given when you're given counsel, defense counsel, you don't get to pick and choose. It's not like you get to shop through a catalog of which one you want. You know, a public defender, it don't work that way. So, I don't know. But the judge is being very patient. We'll see if he's as patient as Jennifer Darrow, though, in Daryl Brooks's trial, because I love her. I love her so much.
Provided to you on a USB drive. We also will have a hearing where all of the evidence, including any digital, electronic evidence, or any tangible evidence, CSI materials, will be shown to you in court, played to you in court, so you have the opportunity to review it here as well. Anything else will also be given to you on a thumb drive for you to review at your leisure based on the hours of 8 to 4 by the laptop at the Orange County Jail. And then we will have a deadline after we have this evidence viewing for you to identify in writing any objections that you have to any of the evidence that's been provided by the state.
So it's not a matter of any type of confidentiality, it is all done in the courtroom with everyone?
It would be in the courtroom, correct?
Are there going to be news cameras and photographers?
That's something I need to address. I do not want, because our jury pool is going to be coming from Orange County, I have concerns about the media's presence in the evidentiary viewing. So I may have to enter an order which would prohibit media access for the purposes of that hearing due to the nature of what is being produced and reviewed, so as to further prevent intimate details of the case being released prior to trying the case.
I understand that, Judge. Ms. Boone, not to turn the page completely, but I think it's pertinent to this discussion, has indicated through some counsel that had met with her recently that she wants to talk to the state out of the jail, and I was going to discuss that at the end, but perhaps to not waste the court's time, I don't know about bringing physical evidence out to the jail, but as far as the digital evidence, which will include autopsy photographs, which will include crime scene photographs, which will include videos, perhaps a different suggestion, especially since she has an investigator from Prison Break, is that we identify those files that we intend on introducing at trial so that they can review that digital evidence on their own in the jail, and we're not publishing all the digital evidence here in open court. That should allow her the opportunity to lodge any potential objections such as duplicative or any other objections she may want to raise about autopsy photos, so on and so forth, without exposing all of the digital media to the public. As far as the physical evidence, the state doesn't have any real concerns about the media covering that. She can open those exhibits, or somebody with scissors can open those exhibits for her if there are any exhibits she wishes open in the witness box where it's concealed from the media's eyes. So those are my suggestions, and then later we can turn to her request and we can put on the record how we would go about going out to the jail and meeting her.
The only concern that I have with that is I don't have a record as to what it is that she reviewed.
My suggestion would be that because this is in the context of plea negotiations potentially, I would be out there, Mr. Cacciatore would be out there, and our investigator would be out there, and we would record it. The conversations that we have, of course, and that would all be protected because it would be in the spirit of plea negotiations under the evidence code. And then we can all file in writing, the state can file in writing, these are the videos that we are going to use. These are the particular photograph numbers from
Right,
the
Mary?
crime scene, and
Exactly.
from the autopsy photographs that we're going to use. And then we can have the defendant sign off on that as well, so that it's documented as to what was told that she would be facing at trial. And either she can review it with her investigator, or she can review it with us, being present, and then that way the digital evidence is now in the open.
Okay. Ms. Boone, what are your thoughts on that?
I'm a little lost. So it's an option of reviewing what the state has with my investigator and then be able to come with the objections and everything?
That is correct.
So I just, I'm unclear on having all of my evidence being in sealed bags and for me to be able to inspect them to be here in the courtroom. I don't know how the attorneys have done any of this prior, but I don't believe that it was in the courtroom. So I'm just trying to protect myself against the media. I'm not sure at this point what is even suppressible that is available on the internet. But at the same time, though, it is my understanding that I should have some right to privacy in reviewing the evidence. So I didn't know if my investigator and I are able to collaborate prior and view and then come to court with everything finalized and ready to go with answers.
I'm certainly going to give you an opportunity to meet with your investigator to address it. The question is just the method of how to do it. The state's proposed.
Hey, there's QB. Hey, hey. Hey, y'all. I'm behind, but I'll be caught up soon. In the meantime, y'all make sure to thumbs up for our beautiful hostess. Thank you. Thank you, QB. Right, Mary with her millions of fans. Huh. Everybody's saying hi, QB. Spins update, you guys. Spins update. They started her surgery around 9:45 Eastern. I'll keep y'all posted. Good deal. Good deal. Make sure to throw those thoughts and prayers and hugs and well wishes all out there for our Miss Spins. In case she watches this later on the replay, she can see all of the thoughts and prayers for her surgery. Today, you guys, we love our Spins. Okay. Let's get back.
Proposal is digital. They would meet with you, identify specifically digitally what videos, what photographs they intend on utilizing, and anything that may be physical, CSI, etc., would be addressed here in open court.
And just so the court and the defendant understands how physical evidence viewing would operate normally, the defense attorney and or her or his investigator would come out either to the sheriff's office or OPD's evidence center, whichever agency, and they come and view.
Oh, thank you, Mary. Thank you. I appreciate that a lot. Welcome to the Crime Cafe memberships. I'm excited. We just got our memberships turned on the other day. So welcome, welcome, welcome. Glad to have you join us. Welcome, welcome. Thank you very much. We appreciate it.
View it, but it's done in the presence of the state, it's done in presence of law enforcement, it's done in presence of the CSI for the chain of custody. So attorneys don't get privacy when they're reviewing the physical evidence either. So that wouldn't really be any different than if she's doing it in the witness stand or wherever we deem suitable in the courtroom.
I think that's the most appropriate way to have the opportunity, ma'am, to review the evidence. I can't release that evidence to Mr. Lane to bring to the jail for your review because of the chain of custody issues concerning some of the physical evidence. So CSI would have to be here just like an evidence viewing at the sheriff's office or elsewhere where counsel just identified. And I cannot bring you anywhere else other than here, and I can't release you to anywhere else. So I think the only solution that we have is to have the evidence viewing here with regard to any of the physical evidence.
Why is it that it can't be transported anywhere other than here?
Because I cannot make a record anywhere else of what you saw or what was reviewed. The only opportunity for me to make that record is here in court.
Well, that's funny, Mary. That's cute.
That
I
was
like
already
that.
identified by the state.
I know I'm trying to keep up with everything. What was the answer, please?
So an attorney who's doing an evidence view would come out to the law enforcement agency's evidence warehouse, for lack of a better term, and then in the presence of the state attorney, the CSI, and the lead detective they look at the package, and if they deem any particular package worthy of opening and examining, they can do that. We can have the CSI bring butcher paper here so that any particular item can be opened, put on fresh butcher paper, and then changed out between exhibits so that there's no contamination. And then you can examine it. If Mr. Lane or any other representative from his organization is here, he will have the opportunity to photograph those exhibits once taken out of the packages. And that's essentially how an evidence viewing is conducted.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And again, please, would the media be involved in that?
That's a conversation that I need to see if I can exclude them from participation or viewing that proceeding. There are rights where the media has to view proceedings in court, but due to the sensitive nature of what may be being discussed or viewed, I need to see if I can prevent media access. So without doing a little bit more further dive or research in that, I don't know if I can make that call at this time.
Yes, I have not heard of a case where the evidentiary hearing has been televised. So, if you could please look into that, because I disagree with the media being involved in that.
I understand your position, and again, for the reasons that I stated earlier, I'm trying to prohibit as much as I can from dissemination to the public, especially some of the exhibits that the state may be seeking to utilize. We are going to go ahead and set the evidence hearing. The first is Sunday. September the 1st is a Sunday, and that is Labor Day. The court.
Lady Sarah Boone, if you're talking about the green suitcase, it's splashed all over the worlds, the internets, the interwebs, everywhere. I mean, I don't know what other evidence you're talking about. I know there's more, but if you're talking about the suitcase, everybody and their mama has seen that suitcase, okay? And seen the video of you taunting him while he's in that suitcase.
Court would be setting a hearing for Tuesday, the 3rd at 9 a.m. to have the physical examination here in court. At that time, if the USB drive or the, after our viewing here in court, states at your position to then have that meeting with Ms. Boone and her investigator and your investigator under the plea negotiations or settlement discussions auspices to review all of the digital and identify what it is specifically?
We are happy to defer to the defendant's wishes on that, and I wanted to have that discussion. It seems like we're turning that discussion. So I'll leave it in Ms. Boone's court. My indication from one of the attorneys that she had discussed things with said that she wanted to have a conversation with us, and so I'm offering that up. In the past, with female defendants at the Orange County Jail, there are classrooms, or at least one classroom there, where we could arrange to meet. It would be a big enough room for 4 or 5 of us that would need to be there. And then we can discuss that, whatever it is she wants to discuss, and it would be recorded. And again, those portions of the conversation that are about plea negotiations and the evidence and whatnot in the trial, I believe under the evidence code would not be admissible to be used against her. And I can leave it to her when she wants that to happen. We can make arrangements to try and accommodate that. It should not take us very long at this point, given the age of this case, to select and identify which digital evidence exhibits we're going to use. It's simply a matter of getting rid of duplicative and irrelevant photographs from the scene and the autopsy. And I believe the videos won't be too hard to decide which ones to use. And I don't know that there's a whole lot of other digital evidence.
Okay. All right, ma'am, do you have a thought on when you would like this viewing to take place at one of the classrooms at the Orange County Jail under the concept as identified by the state?
So this meeting is separate. This is prior, before everything else.
What I would envision, to not waste anybody's time, is we can go out there and have this discussion, if there is a discussion to be had about plea offers. One of the other topics was other matters, so that's kind of ambiguous. I'm not sure what other matters are. And then also we can let her know, and probably provide the court in writing the list of the digital evidence that we seek to introduce. And then that way, if she wants us to review those digital evidence items together with her in the presence of everybody, we can do that. Or we can let her, with the list of the digital evidence that we plan on introducing, review that as many times as she wants by herself and or with Mr. Lane.
I understand. So would I be leaving with the digital evidence today, or how soon may I receive that?
So the state needs to assemble that. So my thought would be to have that meeting, ma'am, on the 3rd of September. So we would have a hearing at 9 o'clock in the morning where the physical evidence would be reviewed here in the courtroom. As soon as that evidence was finalized and reviewed, the state with their investigator, yourself with your investigator, would then meet that afternoon at the Orange County Jail to address, as the state has identified or spoken about, any settlement negotiations, plea offers, and under the other category to address what the digital exhibits are. They would provide you those on a USB drive, and they would identify for them specifically what it is that they are seeking for you to review at that point in time and have the ability to review it afterwards.
We're happy to do that beforehand, and I just want clarification by providing her the USB with all.
And see, I'm also going to say, whenever they're pro se, right, they're not supposed to be given any free legal advice. Like, you can't advise them, right, of what to do or give them any advice at all, legally speaking. But, like, I feel like he's doing more than what Judge Jennifer Darrow did and Daryl Brooks as far as hand-holding, like explaining all these things to her. And you'll see, even the state does it. The prosecutors do it too. And I'm like, you're hand-holding an awful lot. And if that's how it's going to be through the trial, I don't know that 3 weeks is going to be enough, because she talks a lot and asks a lot of questions. And, you know, what is the judge going to say? Like, can't answer that. No comment. You know what I mean? I mean, that's what I would do. I would be like, sorry, I can't tell you anything. But, like, he's explaining all these things and how they're going to work and how they're going to go. And, I don't know. Like Jennifer Darrow, she basically just kind of laid it out, like, quick. She was very, like, quick with her words. She didn't explain a lot to him. She would say the same things over and over and over, like, I can't give you legal advice. I can't do this. I can't do that. You know, but he's being very, and again, maybe it's the thing, like, I thought about this with her and then also with the judge that was over the Treehouse murder trial with Tyrone Tucker, is I'm wondering how much hand holding they feel like they need to do in order to keep from appellate issues, you know? So, I don't know. Mary said she seems like she's talking out of two sides of her mouth. She likes her fans, but afraid they'll be mean and misinterpret her. Well, she's wanting, like, she's talking about how she doesn't want the media present, but yet, I don't know. I mean, Friendly PSA, it's Steph's birthday today. It is her birthday. I was waiting on her to come in. She's the big 4-0, you guys. It's a big deal. So if Steph comes in, let's do a like surprise birthday hello, okay? I don't know if Steph's going to pop in today or not, though. I don't know what's going on with her weather and all that stuff. So, but I pray that she has a happy birthday today. I feel like a couple months for trial and it'll be long. We have all of this month and all of September, and then it's supposed to start October 7th. So I do feel like it'll be, I mean, he's saying 2 weeks. He extended it out to 3 weeks long for the trial, but I don't know. We'll see.
We narrowed down exhibits out of the discovery, or we provide.
Also, I have to take a quick potty break. Yes, I have to go potty, and I'm going to have a coffee fill up. So I will have my phone with me, but I will be right back. I'm going to continue playing this. I'm just going to shut my camera off, but I'll be listening from my phone so I don't miss anything. I'll be right back.
Providing it to Mr. Lane, how are we physically?
It would have to be provided to Mr. Lane,
Okay.
who would then have to provide it to a member of the staff at the jail, the names of which I have from the captain at the jail as to what persons are involved in the laptop process.
Thank you.
And then once that's done, I would require Mr. Lane to identify with a filing in the court, probably in the form of an affidavit, as to when, where, and how the USB drive was received by him, and when, where, how, and to whom it was delivered.
Thank you.
Your Honor, I feel uncomfortable with you all supplying my evidence to the jail. So I don't know if there's a way that, I don't know if you are aware, but my jail phone calls have been released, and there's a lot of things that have been released from the jail. So I don't know, I do not feel protected by you all handing it to the jail. I know that Mr. Lane and I previously have worked on the laptop with USB drives that he has furnished himself from bringing in from the outside. So I didn't know, and I would feel more comfortable if there was a process or a procedure. I don't know who your names are from the jail. I do know the captain, whom I spoke to the other day regarding my laptop. But I would very much...
Who was that, ma'am?
I'm sorry?
Who was that?
For which?
The captain that you spoke to. Who was it?
D. Giovanni.
Okay.
There's multiple sergeants involved, and I did meet the gentleman who was supposed to be here today to pick up the USB drives. So I don't feel comfortable, please, with providing the USB drive of my evidence with things that have been leaked or released from the jail. So if it is a possibility, please, I would like for my investigator to have that and bring in with me prior.
If I understand the jail's protocol, which I read to you at our last hearing, the jail will keep custody of the USB drives and release them with the laptop as well. So I don't know how I can bypass that process that they've created, because the USB drives and the laptop, when it's checked out by you and when it's returned by you, is all going to be logged in their IMS system.
Right, it's simply a laptop. It's a very basic laptop where anyone affiliated with my case has any type of digital evidence they bring in with them from the outside. It's simply a basic laptop that we are able to utilize at the Orange County Corrections Department. That's how we have done that prior. So I don't know what it is different, and I don't know the jail protocol because no one's included me.
You were provided a copy of it through the court filing, and I read it to you at the last hearing.
Your understanding is different than my understanding because my contacts from the jail are telling me something different.
Who? What are their names?
There's multiple sergeants.
What are their names?
I'd rather not get them involved with fear of harassment or anything from other...
Ma'am, I'm deferring to what the Orange County Jail and the captain that you identified specifically
Yes.
as to her memorandum to the court, which was read to you at our last hearing. which was sent a copy to you by a notice of service, and it was provided by U.S. mail. It was sent out last week.
I have yet to receive anything such as,
Don't worry, I have a copy to give to you this morning, just in case you have not received it.
yes, the last thing I have is your order that you provided me with the implementation of your USB drive.
Okay.
option.
All right.
So anything that you are speaking of in the meantime, I do not know, and it was served by process,
It was served by U.S. mail.
by U.S. mail?
Mhm.
Yes. I actually have 3 motions, if I may submit them to you.
In a moment.
Yes, in the process of, because the address that you are, I'm guessing, sending these to is incorrect.
I received your letter addressing the address issue. That's been remedied. So the appropriate legal mail address will be utilized. It was simply a clerical error, and that has been remedied. But regardless, I did read to you at our last hearing the protocol for the USB drive in the jail. The court is inclined to follow the Orange County Jail's protocol with regard to the USB drives. So the evidence, digital evidence that the state seeks to admit at trial will be put on a USB drive, delivered to Mr. Lane. That will be delivered to a representative from the Orange County Jail. And Mr. Lane will thereafter file a filing with the court in the form of an affidavit identifying when he received it from the state and who he gave it to, when he gave it to, and what representative of the jail he gave it to.
So it goes from the state to Mr. Lane to the jail.
For the purposes of indexing it, for the purposes of their records, under the protocol, and then it will be available for your use.
So if I want to see all of my evidence digitally, I need to contact someone at the jail.
No, ma'am. The evidence that were in the 2 bankers box that Mr. Lane digitized for you is going to be provided to the jail. That's going to be provided with the laptop to you. And that's available to you from 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. every day in the protocol that I read to you at our last hearing.
Yes, and I will speak to the captain just to be aware that everyone that it is in the process, because I do not feel comfortable with any of this, and I do not feel protected either by the courts or the jail system. So for right now, I don't know if it can be postponed or if it's something that I need to write another letter to. Everything takes longer in jail. So by me trying to get a hold of the captain nonetheless, it's going to be a feat in itself. So I want you to know, if anything, that I am in the process of trying to reach out to the captain. I don't know if she'll be here today or if it'll be the contact person. So in the process, I am working on speaking to the captain because I do not feel, like I said, that I am protected in any way, shape, or form by the Orange County Corrections Service withholding my evidence in any way, shape, or form.
Okay. The court's going to follow the procedure as I outlined at the last hearing. So here's what we will do. We will, on Thursday, September the 3rd at 9 a.m., we'll have a hearing to review the physical evidence. At that time, the state will provide its exhibit list, which will be filed with the court at that time, and a copy will be given to Ms. Boone of the physical and the digital evidence they are seeking to admit. After we have the in-court examination of the physical evidence, that afternoon, there will be a meeting at the Orange County Jail between the state, its investigator, Mr. Lane, Ms. Boone, to review the digital evidence and provide a USB drive with that information.
And can caveat in that order be unless it hasn't already been done? In case we do it ahead of September?
Sure, if you want to do it before, the deadline to do it will be to September 3. But the in-court physical examination will be at September 3. So if you all want to meet in advance of that, I won't prohibit that. Just file something in the court file identifying a notice or some document so that it identifies when that meeting took place, when the evidence viewing took place. Okay, thank you very much. Ma'am, after we've had this hearing on September 3, and that being the deadline for the digital evidence and the viewing of the physical evidence, the court would then like to set a deadline for when you would provide your objections to the state's exhibits. Mindful that this will take place on September 3 and that we have pretrial set for September 26th, and if we need to have a hearing with regard to those objections, my thoughts would be to give you 2 weeks until the 17th to lodge your objections. And those would need to be provided in writing by the 17th. So that if there are objections and if we need to have a hearing on them, that hearing can be held when we have our pretrial on the 26th. That would give the state ample opportunity to prepare for any of the objections that you have.
Forgive me, and thank you for your patience, everyone. So on September 3rd, I will be viewing the digital and physical evidence here in the courtroom.
Correct.
And then later that afternoon, I will be meeting with the state and my investigator.
If they don't meet with you prior to that date. The deadline for the state's investigator, your investigator, and yourself to meet to review the digital evidence would be no later than the close of business on September 3. I've outlined for when I would like it done, but if the state wants to meet you in advance of that date, they can do so.
Yes, please. If I may ask, please, what is your name, sir?
William J.
Could you spell your last name, please?
J-A-Y. Don't get asked that whole time.
And what is your affiliation with the state?
I'm the homicide unit chief.
Yes, please. And I am okay if you would like to meet prior, so less time is consumed on the day of our meeting, supposedly on the 3rd.
So I assume you have availability. Should I meet with Mr. Lane to discuss his availability so we can get out there this month?
Yes.
Then you can do that, and like I said, Mr. J, if you could file that notice,
Yes,
just
sir.
identifying when, that would be most appreciative. So ma'am, understanding where we are with the viewing, what is September 17th for the deadline for your objections acceptable to you?
Yes, and if I may please raise the point that I have a motion here in regards to, so I'm in the process of looking on it for the laptop. I do not have my discovery as of yet, and I do not have the laptop as of yet. I do not know what hiccups may be involved. There's a lot of hiccups with the jail already. So I'm trying to figure out when and where I'll be able to view anything. So there's a great restriction also that is being put on the laptop usage from 8 to 4. I'm unable to utilize my time to the full extent. Also, I have a motion here to receive my hard copy evidence because when the laptops are in quotes, the laptop is in quotes, closed for the day at 4 p.m., I can therefore pick up using the hard copy evidence.
I haven't had the opportunity to review the motions that you're speaking of, neither has the state. We'll address them today. I don't have a problem doing that. I'm just not going to do it right this second because I haven't had the opportunity to review them yet.
Yes, and I'm just explaining myself in the meantime, please, so you're aware of what I have already thought of and am trying to ease the pain of everyone with me trying to figure out how to do everything and when and do it appropriately. But I just wanted you to know that by bringing that topic up, I have that to also be looked over.
Okay.
Please. 9/17, if that has to be changed, am I okay to do that?
I'm trying to set deadlines now, ma'am. And that will give you 2 weeks to review the physical evidence. You'll be provided the digital evidence, it seems, in advance of that September 3rd deadline. And that may give you more than 2 weeks to review and lodge any objections.
This is just for the evidence?
Correct. This is only addressing any objections to the evidence that the state seeks to admit.
The digital discovery, is any of that included in that?
Yes.
Okay. I am very weary to make any type of deadline.
Well, we're setting them today.
I understand. So the 3rd is a what day? Thursday?
Tuesday. So the 17th would be 2 weeks later, Tuesday the 17th.
And that is me coming with my objection.
That would be you filing your objections in writing with the court. And to the extent we would need to have a hearing on those objections, we would have them when the pretrial or trial case management conference is set at 9 a.m. the following Thursday, the 26th of September.
I'm sorry, what is on the 26th? is?
That's when we're having our pretrial or trial case management to address any last minute issues regarding trial.
Forgive me. So today being August 5th, I'm supposed to expeditiously complete my case that in every way, shape, and form by September 26th in order to go to trial for October 7th.
The dates are what the dates are. September 26th is the trial case management date, and October 7th is the trial date.
So by me not even seeing my discovery yet 2 days, and only being restricted to a laptop from 8 to 4 and not having my hard copy evidence,
You have 62 days to prepare for trial, not including today. And you're going to get your discovery today.
wow. So in over 4 years, it comes down to me representing myself in 62 days.
I'm not going to answer that question.
Am I supposed to?
What now we're addressing, ma'am, is September 17th,
Right.
the deadline, which is 2 weeks after having the physical view of any of the physical evidence. It sounds like Mr. J is going to try to meet with you pretty promptly regarding the digital evidence. So you'll have plenty of time to review that in 2 weeks at a minimum, or 2 weeks at most rather, to lodge any objections to the physical evidence.
I understand. I just don't understand how to file objections.
I cannot answer that for you. That would be me providing you legal advice, which I'm prohibited from doing. All I can tell you is that if you have objections to any of the exhibits that the state may seek to move into evidence, you will have to lodge those objections by the close of business on September 17th. And those objections will have to be in writing. If we have to have a hearing on those objections, that hearing will be held on September 26th.
Okay. And if I may ask, are
More hand holding. I'm back. I'm back from the potty. Man, I like. I don't know why, but I tend to like. My mom used to jump on me all the time for waiting too long to go pee. She used to tell me all the time, that's not good for you. And I still do it. I'm one of those. It's like I'll wait till the very last minute. And then by the time I get to the potty, I'm like, whoo. Anyway, and I got a coffee refill and I made Big Kiddo a snack. Let the dog out to use the potty. And all the while, I've been listening to her yammer on and on and on and on and on. And the judge continuing to hold her hand. I did see he was very short with her a couple of times because he's like, I've already made my ruling. I've already made my ruling. I've already made my ruling. Let me see what I missed though in the chat real quick. Let me see what I missed. Okay. Hey, Patricia. Patricia snuck in while I was in the bathroom. Hey, Patricia. Good to see you, ma'am. She is in over her head, right? Way over her head. I assume you are available. LOL, low key shade by the prosecutor there. I did miss that. I missed that. Did he ask her that? Are you available? I assume you're available. Hey, Margaret, you mean that after that flashy handmade ad, nobody answered you? Right. Right. She might have been busy, says Miss King. Miss King's throwing shade too. Hey, JB's back. Oh, yay, she got my Slim Jim. Thank you. I love Slim Jims. Morgana, I did get those almonds, but I got to hide them from Papa. I love almonds too. I do. Hey, good morning, Deborah. Hi and welcome. Good morning, Deborah. Good morning. Welcome, welcome. That's exactly why she should have kept that lawyer, or the last 8 of them anyway, right, Brenda? QB says, good morning, Deborah. Everybody's saying good morning and hi to Deborah. Which almonds were those, Morgana? Which one? Patricia's been lurking and working. Good deal. I love lurkers and workers. I'm also a lurker and worker. JB said, hello and good morning to y'all who have come to join us this morning. I've been on the go for a few. Well, I'm glad that you've been able to join back. Mary says yeast infections. Oh, Lord have mercy. What do we got yeast infections for? Who's got a yeast infection? Somebody got a yeast infection? Lord have mercy. Oh, you're saying that it'll cause yeast infections, holding your bladder too long. Okay, I was like, wait a minute, what? Who's got a yeast infection? Now it dawned on me. It dawned on me that that's what you're talking about. I was like, wait, what? My mom used to jump on me all the time for that. She would say, you can't hold your pee that long. It's not good for your bladder or your kidneys or whatever. But I always wait till the very last minute. And, yeah. So, yeah, yogurt is really good for yeast infections. You're right, Deborah. You are right. Margaret walked in with you walked a whole mile with Tommy Tippy? Look at you. Yep. Bladder infection. Yep. Great value cocoa roasted almonds. Ooh, that sounds good. That sounds really good. One thing that you guys are going to find out if you're new over here, I called this channel the Crime Cafe because we talk about a lot of true crime. We watch a lot of trials, and the cafe part is where we sit and visit with each other, and talk about food and drinks a lot too. Tommy Tippy makes it possible. They'rethebomb.com, said Morgana. I'm going to have to get some. I'm going to have to try those. Are they low in sugar? I mean, with the cocoa. Who does that? The help wanted ad. I know, right? Who does that? She did that. She did that. She did that. All right, holding the pee and holding the poo.
Are these being delegated, or I'm being incorporated in this in order for me to be able to say yay or nay?
I don't know what that means. What do you mean delegated?
Are you delegating to me as you delegated everything else in regards to taking my counsel and all of your orders?
You are representing yourself for the reasons that the court identified in its 16-page order. It is your responsibility, as you are representing yourself and proceeding pro se, to comply with the court's orders and deadlines. So if you have objections to any of the exhibits that the state may be seeking to offer into evidence, be it digital or physical, based on your review of those, the deadline to submit those in writing would be on September 17th.
Okay, so you're making statements, so I don't have any say in it.
I've asked you what your thoughts would be as to when. You've never provided me in a disagreement with regard to that date as of yet. You've asked questions about your motions.
So now she's trying to argue with him about the date. She's like, so you just set the dates. You don't give me any option. I don't get any option here. Again, Patricia, what is she busy? She got somewhere to go, people to see, things to do. What? What? I mean, does she not want to miss like the walking taco day or, the, I don't know, ramen noodle day? I don't know. That was mean, wasn't it? I'm sorry, Lord. That was mean. Okay. Um, Brenda says, "Oh, I meant we talk about poop as well." You're right, we do. You didn't mean hold the poop. You mean we talk about poop. We do. And Margaret don't like it, but we still do it. We talk about poo every once in a while. It just happens to come up in conversation, especially when Steph is in the chat. But Steph is not here today. Maybe she's celebrating her birthday. I don't know. We'll see. 10 grams of sugar for like 22 almonds. That don't sound bad. And almonds are supposed to help lower your sugar. So win-win. Well, there you go. There you go.
That I haven't seen yet. Your desire to have hard copies, which we addressed at the last hearing, but I'll be glad to address it again today. You have yet to tell me that that date's unacceptable for you, and if so, why?
I wouldn't necessarily say unacceptable. I'm just uncomfortable with agreeing to a date when I am pro se and have never been pro se before and do not know what I'm doing. So I just want to make sure that I do it correctly.
She hasn't been pro se before. Ma'am, how many other legal shenanigans have you been party to here? I'm sorry, I'm putting my bangs back with a bobby pin. How many other legal shenanigans have you been party to that you would even have had been pro se? I've never been pro se before. I don't really know what I'm doing. Again, maybe you shouldn't have fired your lawyers.
And have an understanding also, if you are proposing that I go to trial within 62 days, that I know what I'm going into and what I may expect. So I didn't know if this would just be easier on everyone else, if they just delegated the dates and gave me a printed copy with your order and whatever information you have. I don't know. I don't know either if you all are just proposing that because I'm incarcerated, just the dates are what you tell me. I don't know what I'm doing. I do not know what I'm doing. So I'm trying to learn as I go, which is why I'm grateful for everyone's patience. But at the same time, though, for me to accept this date and then not be able to meet it, what happens when that happens, if it should happen?
I can't answer that question. Again, that would be me providing you legal advice as to what to do if something happens. I simply cannot answer that question. I'm not allowed to.
Okay. Well, I'm with the court, so whatever it is that you all are trying to do in order to expedite this even more than what it's being expedited, I'm guessing I agree with September 17th.
Okay. Now, ma'am, I believe that takes care of all of the deadlines with regard to the state's exhibits. Now I want to address deadlines for any exhibits or witnesses that you may be seeking. I am mindful that you will be receiving the discovery today and that you have not had the opportunity to review some of the items that may be in the discovery. So how much time would you like to provide to the court the list of exhibits that you may be seeking to enter and the list of witnesses that you may be seeking to have testify in a defense should you choose to put one on?
Please understand that I do not have access to a normal phone. I don't have access to a normal phone at normal hours. So I am trying to overcome the hurdle of trying to, number one, locate any of my witnesses, and then also try to communicate with them on a payphone only telephone call that I do not have regular access to, and that are limited to only 15 minutes that I have to share with 62 other inmates. That is a hurdle, please, that I need for you to please take into consideration in order for me to be able to try to determine my witnesses, to determine any expert witnesses. May I ask, please, does the laptop have internet access?
I'm unaware. I'm unaware if it does.
To view any documents?
I'm unaware. I can't answer the question that I don't have an answer to. I'm unaware if it has internet access.
Whom is it that I need to speak to in order for this?
We may be able to inquire of the jail representative who is appearing for the hearing this morning, and if not, the captain may be able to provide that information, but I do not know if it has internet access.
May I ask your contact names from the jail?
Give us 1 second.
Please, and also, because of the court's error of sending my information that you're referencing to the incorrect address.
I'm sorry. I'm laughing right now only because he's like, give me 1 second to get this contact for you. And then she shoots off with another question. And in my mind, I'm hearing QB jumping on me because I'm that way. If QB's still here, I know she's shaking her head like, yep, that sounds like Jenny. Ask one question before I can get it answered. She's done asked 2 more. I'm really that way. But I think that has something to, I am self-diagnosed. I have self-diagnosed myself with ADHD. I have never been tested for that, but I swear I have it. Okay? But I don't know if QB's here. But anyway. Patricia says, can you imagine this lady interacting with poor restaurant or service staff? If she is like this with a judge, I just can't imagine. Lord help them. Yeah. Can I get a napkin? Can I get an extra fork? Can I get a refill? Excuse me, do you know if this is made with butter or lard? Do you know if these fries are like house fries or are they like crinkle cut fries? Could you ask me, could you tell me if the chef washed his hands? That's how she would be. Mary wants to know how many suitcases does she have? I have no idea. Deborah says, join the club, Jenny. I have it too. See, for me, I never really thought that I had it growing up because I was never like running from one place to the next, like physically overactive. It was quite the opposite. I'm a very like snail pace kind of person in physical, but in my mind, my brain and my mind goes like a million miles a minute, right? So yeah. I can't read books. I have to rewind things a lot because I am trying to pay attention to what they're saying, but I've got 50 other things going on at the same time or in my head. And Brenda said, Jenny, did it happen after childbirth? You know what? That's a good question. I know that things did happen after childbirth as far as things like I remember I could never be on time ever again after that. Like I was always an on time person. But then after I had my son, that I was never on time for anything ever again, hardly. Also, my purse used to stay so organized. And right now, I could probably guarantee you that there is like a peanut butter sandwich in the bottom of my purse. I don't know, but probably there is. There's probably a mismatched kid shoe in my purse as well. I mean, no clue what's in my purse. Mm, meds help. Well, when did she tell the judge she wanted to interview the media? I missed that, Deborah. Was that today, or did she say that some? Why would she She needs to go lay down somewhere. That happened with you, Brenda, after childbirth. Ugh. Um, Brenda said I couldn't sleep. Yes, and time issues. JB said I have that too, Jenny. Hence why I do so many things at one. I just can't do just one thing. I can't multitask like you do. I can't do that. I can't have 15 things going on at once because then I'm like, okay, which one's what? What do I do? What do I do? What do I do? Childbirth sucks the brains out of you. That's true. That's true. Oh, her first pro se hearing. Okay. Okay. Ooh, I need to see that. What number pro se hearing is this one? How many has she had? I don't know. And maybe I watched the other one or heard it. And okay. This is the second one. Okay. I'll have to check that out. All right, let's get back to it. We're a little, like a smidge over halfway through. So I'll try to stop less. I'll try to stop less.
Could you please provide me a copy of that also?
What is it that you're asked? The protocol, ma'am? That was what was most recently sent.
I don't know. Whatever it is, the last thing that I received from you in the court was the hand delivery of the order regarding
Sure.
USB.
I have a copy that Madam Clerk's already printed out of the protocol. We will have the deputy hand deliver that to you right after. Didn't? What I did? No. Oh, I sent it to Anita. That's why. Give me a second. I'll have Madam Clerk print that out for you right now, ma'am.
Thank you.
So, understanding that as of right now, you do not have hard copies, you'll be provided digital copies, and to review all this evidence, ma'am, when in time do you feel comfortable in providing the court and the state the list of your witnesses and your exhibits that you may be seeking to introduce?
I'm going to go with to be determined because I just explained also, please, that I do not have access to a regular phone. I need to locate anyone. I need to do research. I don't know if I have internet access to anyone. I don't have a phone book. There's no way that I know how to do any of this without essentials and fundamental equipment in order for me to be able to provide you with those answers. I cannot promise anything because I do not know how I will be able to do any of that at this moment. I would like please to propose your understanding of a meeting that I would like to have with the captain so I can see if I can have access to a regular phone, if I can have access to an internet. Right now I have a tablet that is used for text messaging and movies and the law library that I utilize. I don't have access to the phone. I don't have access to the internet.
You can certainly have those conversations with the jail representatives. But ma'am, we were on notice today to address those deadlines, and I cannot set a to-be-determined deadline at this time. I understand that there's been some delays with regard to the discovery. As I told you at the last hearing, we're moving as expeditiously as possible to get you that, and it took some time for that process to be created. That process is going to start today. Mr. Lane's here. Representative from the Orange County Jail will be here. That handoff will take place. You'll have access to that laptop with all the information today.
If the defendant's not going to make a suggestion, make a state.
Sure.
My suggestion would be to give her 14 days after the point that the specific evidence identified by the state to be used at trial is provided to her. So, for example, the physical evidence, which we We plan on giving her the list of those physical items well in advance of September 3rd. That will just be the date that she can actually see them. But my suggestion for those physical evidence items would be September 17th, and then 14 or 15 days after whichever day we get the specific list of digital evidence items to her, would be our suggestion.
Okay. Ma'am, are you amenable to that? That would 14 days after you've had the opportunity to review the digital evidence, and 14 days after you've reviewed the physical evidence to provide your exhibit lists.
I don't feel comfortable with any of this. I don't have the same opportunities as the state or any attorneys prior. So I feel that you all are pressuring me and forcing me into these dates which I may not be able to meet or exceed.
Can I add that obviously either side, if there's good cause for why a deadline wasn't met, if something comes up, then we're not prohibited either side from complying with the rules of discovery afterwards. But there would just need to be a cause shown at that point.
Do you understand that, ma'am?
I do.
That I'm setting these dates for now, and if either party can establish good cause why these dates should be moved.
Yes, and that is why I'm trying to make everyone aware prior to all of this to understand my circumstances by being incarcerated and not having access to a phone, not having access to the internet, and not having access to many more other, like I said, basics, fundamental basics, which is why I'm making you all aware now, so you are aware that when the time comes, should it, why for good cause, I'm stating my good causes now, if not, there are additional at that time.
Ma'am, as of right now, the court is inclined to agree with the state's suggestion that 14 days after viewing the digital evidence, which will take place no later than September 3rd, sounds like it'll take place way in advance of that, you are to provide in writing your list of exhibits that you want to attempt to move into evidence. 14 days after viewing the physical evidence on September 3rd, you are to provide in writing the list of any exhibits that may be physical that you
You guys in the chat are killing me. Margaret. Margaret says the minute they give her a laptop. Well, I don't know. This one was supposed to be a Dell and you've given me an Acme. Well, this laptop is gray and I asked for a black one. Hey, hey, hey. Deborah, this judge is very patient. You're right. He's been super patient. Oh my God. QB, were you here? Did you hear me say that earlier about that I probably remind you of Sarah Boone in the way that I like ask one question after the next before you ever even give me an answer for one question, the first question? Yeah, because she just did that a while ago. And when she did that in my mind, I was like, oh my God, that's cute. QB's probably like, yeah, that sounds like Jenny right there. Ah. I loved her interrogation and ex-hubby on the scene interview. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah. Mhm. Mm. This is one of those meetings where I would not be able to hide my yawns and nobody would care, right? It would be at the point where you like are yawning so hard that you have tears running down your face. He's gonna need a long vacation after this trial. It's like the dude from the Treehouse murder trial, right? Oh, we love you. I love you. Thank you. Wish we could hear what the judge has to say in his chambers, right? What he's saying to his assistant when he turns around and walks out of the courtroom. He's probably like, good. I'd like to poke her in the eyeballs. Maybe we need to review Sarah hearings and interrogation. We do. I do want to do that because the interrogation was so good. I've watched the interrogation several times. And like the body cam footage from when the cops arrive at the apartment and her ex-husband's there because he like lives right down the road and he's got the son and Yeah. Um, crazy. Crazy. I'd love to be a fly on the wall, right? QB sent me a message. Hold on. Woohoo, that works. Oh, okay, 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 okay. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Got it. Got it, got it, got it. Okay. All right. QB doing all the moderator things. She's so, so, so awesome. So, so, so awesome. Deborah said me too. Those interrogations and interviews were eye openers. Absolutely. That interrogation was crazy pants. Oh, God. Um, so there was I think I saw QB had sent, where was that at? I thought QB had sent, I saw something QB said too about already being where was that at? Was it in here? She said that about where did that go? Oh, here it was. She's already done more motions since this court hearing. Yeah. So that was what I was talking about earlier at the beginning of this stream, was the motions that she did for the um oh, what did she call it? Hold on, let me go back and look. Um was it this one? No, that was about her address. Where was the motion for defendant's reasonable freedom in movement? Basically, her asking um for her to be like unhandcuffed, unshackled, to be able to move freely in the courtroom while she's like um doing what she's got to do to um defend herself, right? Um liar, liar, pants on fire. Liar, liar, pants on fire. All right, let's get back to this.
Intend to enter into evidence. Those dates can be extended for good cause that may be shown. State, would you like the opportunity to review those exhibits similar to an evidence viewing that we're having with Ms. Boone reviewing the state's exhibits? Would you like a similar opportunity to review any of her exhibits?
If the defense has any physical evidence to place in evidence, I can make those arrangements with Ms. Copeland.
Okay, all right. I will set a deadline for the review of September 26th.
Thank you.
Is the review that you're speaking of, please, for my exhibits and witness list?
That is correct. I would also propose a similar date of September 17th for any of the witness lists for the defense. And Mr. J, would you be in a position by the 1st of September to provide any witness lists for the state?
She should have the witness list in the discovery that's being provided. As far as the order and the list of witnesses that we're going to call at trial, we will get in that ahead of 9/3.
Okay, all right, so the deadline for the state's production of the witness list will be September 3, no later than, and September 17th for Ms. Boone. Ma'am, similar to the objections to any discovery, that'll have to be in.
Yes, ma'am, Deborah. Yes. I will 100% be streaming the trial. Yes. So here's the thing. We've streamed a lot of trials over here. The last one we did was you guys help me. Was it Karen Reed? Was that the last one? We started Alec Baldwin, but then that was dismissed. Um, anyway, we've done a lot. We've done Daybell, uh, uh, a bunch, but yes, I will be streaming the suitcase Sarah. Um, oh, okay, Kel. Have a great day at work. Have a great day at work. And if I don't see you before I jump out of here, Kel, then I hope you have a great night and evening and all the things. I'll be jumping off at like I have to leave here um by approximately 2 o'clock every day to be to pick her up. Um so that's what I was gonna say is I'm gonna have to um like figure out the trial schedule because Deborah asking if I'm going to stream the trial and I will be. I just need to figure out what to do um for because kiddo's always been home. This is her first year to school. And then we had all summer as well, and so I could just stream all day, right? Well, now I have to leave to pick her up from school, and I'll be doing that like I would have to cut the day, off. So I'm going to have to figure out how I'm going to maneuver trials from here on out. Um, I'll have to figure that out. That's going to be different because I'm used to going, all day with trials. And I'm going to have to either break them up into like two parts or like do recaps or something. I'm going to have to figure that out. But yeah, right. Right, Deborah. Kiddos come first. They do. My babies come first. Yes, have a great day, Kel. We love you. QB says I'm still behind, but wonder how many times Jenny's going to say yeast infection. Yeasty. Yeasty, yeasty, yeasty. There you go, Kel. Margaret's going to come in hot. Hey, Margaret, you know what, ma'am? Here we go. There you go, Margaret. Margaret hates those eyeballs. We did watch that trial too. That one, I guess, is our actual last trial that we did. Two parts would work, says Deborah. Margaret, no. Brenda said, I'm here for you, Miss Jenny. Ah, I appreciate that, Brenda. I agree. Yeast is right up there with moist. Oh, God. Yep, same here. At a certain time, I go mobile on trials when school is in session. Yeah. Yeah, I'm going to have to figure it out because I don't know. I plan to, Deborah. I take that back. I wanted to, but I think Karen Reed's hearing is scheduled for 2 p.m. Um, and I'll have to be like getting ready to leave about that time. So, um, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. But normally I would have streamed that 100%. And I'm still trying to work through how I'm like the second part, like if I come back home after picking her up and then start back to streaming the trials or whatever, like these different hearings and stuff that happen in the later part of the day. Um I have to play that by ear too because she's I'm just getting her home from school, and there's all the, after school lunches and or not lunches, but snacks and hanging out with her for a little bit. I'm just right, Brenda, play it by ear till I get in the flow because school just started this week and this is the first she's in kindergarten. She didn't go to preschool. She's went straight into kindergarten. And so we're trying to get the flow between that and me streaming and everything else that I have to do at the same time. So she does want all of me until she's done with me. And then she's like, yeah, just give me a peanut butter sandwich and some milk and my TV. Because she wants to catch up on TV when she gets home, But the channel's going to be very flexible and fluid for a while until we get our routine down pat. So, all right, back to this.
In writing as to who it is that you may be calling as a defense witness. And you'll have to provide that to the court in writing by September 17th.
Yes, and if I may ask, please, what you're typing, is that for an order or for today's proceedings?
It is for an order, which you will be given a copy of. It may not be able to be hand-delivered to you, ma'am, because I'm going to have to move some stuff around based on my scratch notes here, but at a minimum, it would be mailed to your proper address. Due to that clerical error, that will not be an issue.
Wonderful, thank you.
Okay, I think that addresses all the issues with regard to production and hearings on any objections. Anything else from the state that you believe we need to address from a scheduling concept?
We're good with the scheduling concepts. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. Ma'am, do you have
You know what, JB? That's a really good thought. I like that idea. That might work. She says, I have kind of an idea. What if started later, then possibly when you need to leave could be lunch break. Then start back up once things are settled, just trying to help. That's a really good idea. That's actually brilliant. I like that idea. I do. That might be a good idea. QB said yes. Jenny be asking 12 questions in the time I'm finding the answer for the first one. I gotta run now. Have a fab day. You too, Deborah. Thanks for coming and hanging out with us today. I've had a blast with you. Thanks for coming and being here. We are very excited to have you join us. Yeah, I hope to see you again soon. She says she'll be watching. Good. All right. Good deal. Make sure you got your notifications turned on. YouTube be messing with people's notifications all the time. I'm like, don't be messing with stuff. Don't fix what ain't broke, right? But I do like that idea, JB. That may be a really good workaround. That might be a really good workaround. I like it.
Do you have any questions with regard to the scheduling concepts or deadlines that we've addressed this morning?
Other than what I had made known to the court, not.
Okay. Bruce, can you see if Mr. Sergeant Casey's here? He is here.
Your Honor.
All right, very good. Sir, could you come on up, please? Madam Clerk's going to go ahead and swear you in. You can stay to the podium, sir. No, just the podium, Sergeant.
Oh, sorry.
If you could raise your right hand, Madam Clerk's going to go ahead and swear you in.
Swear or affirm that the testimony you give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
All right, sir, good morning. Could you state your name for the record?
Sergeant Thomas Casey,
And what's your position at the Orange County Jail?
Sergeant.
And what are your duties and responsibilities, sir?
I'm over transportation, downtown court holding, BRC courts, medical security, and the juvenile assessment center.
Okay. Are you aware of the protocol that Captain DiGiovanni created with regard to Ms. Boone's use of the laptop?
I am.
Okay, all right. Have you had the opportunity to review that protocol?
I have.
Okay. Mr. Lane, can you come on up here, please, sir? Sir, good morning. Could you raise your right hand? Madam Clerk's going to swear you in.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you should give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right, sir, good morning. Could you state your name for the record for me?
Billy Lane.
And what's your affiliation with Prison Break Investigations?
I'm the owner and chief investigator.
All right, sir, last time I saw you, I had tasked you with digitizing 2 banker's boxes of information, and you said that you would endeavor to accomplish that task by today, understanding that you were out of town for your son's wedding. I hope you had a great time. Were you able to fulfill that task, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay. How many jump drives or drives do you have?
Of the digitized information, there's one of those, this drive here is a copy of all digital discovery that I have in my possession from this Boon for the court's needs if they wish to facilitate that through the, figure it'd be easier to facilitate it now through the jail than me trying to bring it in myself.
That's exactly my thought. So you've shown to me, sir, a small thumb-sized USB jump drive. That USB jump drive is the information that was contained in the 2 banker's boxes, correct?
Yes,
And the other jump drive that was the larger of the 2, that jump drive is any digital information that you've made had previously by virtue of being the investigator.
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right. The record's going to reflect that information is going to be hand-delivered by Mr. Lane to Sergeant Casey. So Sergeant Casey, if you can please take custody of those 2 thumb drives. And I'm going to ask you, sir, to comply with the terms of the protocol, to have those added to the laptop. It'd be available for Ms. Boone's use today once she's returned to the Orange County Jail. Do you have any questions for Mr. Casey?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, sir. Thank you very much. If you can proceed with that task, I appreciate you. Thank you. Mr. Lane, you took custody with you, sir, as well. Well, before you leave, Sergeant Casey, state, do you have any questions for him?
No, Your Honor.
All right, ma'am, do you have any questions for Sergeant Casey regarding his compliance with the protocols provided to be by the captain of the jail?
Mr. Casey, could you please make note to,
How'd y'all know? How did I know she was going to have a question? He's like, ma'am, do you have any questions? Like, she's got questions. Don't you worry. She's got questions.
All right, ma'am, do you have any questions for Sergeant Casey regarding his compliance with the protocols provided to be by the captain of the jail?
Mr. Casey, could you please make note to Captain Giovanni that if she has time at some point, as soon as possible, to please sit down with me for about a half an hour to go over quite a few things that I need to have resolved?
I'll look for her.
Please, in regards to the laptop.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Mr. Lane, when we were last here, you also had 2 banker's boxes. Did you bring those back with you, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay, could you bring those back up?
Same, Morgana. Same. Those 2 little bitty boxes. That's been... She got these 2 boxes right there that he's wheeling in there. And she's been like, discovery, 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 discovery. There's your 2 boxes worth. There you go.
I do see it looks like the original exhibit tags are still on the top of those. Mr. Lane, did you complete and copy everything that was in both of those boxes?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm gonna have Madam Clerk take possession of what was pre-marked as A and B for the purposes of the June 28th hearing, and we'll hold those into evidence. Do you have any questions, Mr. J, for the investigator with regard to his task?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, ma'am, do you have any questions with regard to your investigator regarding his completion of the digitization process?
And my only question is, Mr. Lane, do you know when you would be coming to meet with me at the jail?
It's going to be my intent to try to get out there at the end of the week or beginning of next week.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate you.
One housekeeping thing.
Yes, sir.
I don't know if Mr. Blake, since he's here, would like me to sign my invoice or have Ms. Boone do it since she's pro se.
I don't feel comfortable signing your invoice. I think Ms. Boone would have to sign it.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay.
Is it okay if I?
Hand it to the deputy. Deputy will have her sign it, and then you can take it. Mr. Lake, is that acceptable, sir? Counselor, you're muted.
Yes, that would be acceptable, yeah, if Mr. Lane, and Your Honor, in light of this, maybe it might be more appropriate for the court to go up to 10,000 for the investigator, because it sounds like he's already done a lot of work, so it might make more sense instead of having to come back later.
Would that change the original, the 5,500, or just we would increasing 5,000 to 10,000?
5,000 to 10,000, I think would make sense, Your Honor, just because it sounds like that we may, based on what's already been done, and Mr. Lane may have more to say about that, but based on what he's already done, I suspect he's probably used up a large chunk of that 5,000 just doing this one task.
One thing I would like to add, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
In lieu of having to come back and file another motion, is if JAC would agree to travel expenses since I'm out of county. If not, I can get that in some type of form of a writing and get it to you or to the JAC if that's acceptable.
Mr. Lake?
Your Honor, we'd have no problem with the court authorizing, say, $1,000 for travel expenses as well.
All right, fine. So we'll increase it from 5,000 to 10,000 for investigative costs, and for travel-related expenses, 500 to 1,000. Mr. Lake, are you going to need an order for the court file with regard to those?
We would, Your Honor.
Okay, could you submit that?
Yes, Your Honor, we will prepare the order and submit it.
All right, very good. Just send it to Ms. Barrios, who I believe you have her contact information.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, very good. Thank you, sir. Mr. Lake, thank you so much, sir.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Judge Keenan,
Yes, ma'am.
forgive me. What is his name again?
That's Christian Lake. He is an attorney associated with the JAAC, the Judicial Administrative Commission, regarding costs for indigent defendants. All right, state from a scheduling perspective or the protocol, which I know I filed a notice of filing of. I'm sure you've had the opportunity to review it. Anything else we need to address from that?
We're good on scheduling, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Ma'am, anything else we need to address regarding scheduling or the protocol other than what you've already addressed this morning?
Will my investigator be present at anything for and with me?
I can't speak to for or anything, but based on what we discussed today, your investigator will be there for the digital review, which will take place no later than September 3rd.
Okay, yes, I would like to have some type of witness from
He will be
his
there.
side also.
He will be there. Mr. J is going to be recording the conversation as he identified previously.
Thank you.
Now, ma'am, you made reference to some motions that you may have brought with you this morning.
Yes, please.
All right, if you could hand those to the deputy. Also, to the extent that the deputy has not already done so, I printed out a copy of the July 24th, 2024 protocol regarding your use of the laptop at the jail. And I'm going to ask the courtroom deputy to please hand deliver a copy of that to you. It was mailed to you, it was read to you at the last hearing, but now you have a physical copy of it, ma'am, to the extent one was not already provided to you.
Oh, yes, I have not received this yet.
Okay.
And then also there was another printout that she was going to provide me with, which I believe was a memorandum for today's dates.
I haven't, is she being who, the captain?
No, I'm not sure her name.
Oh, Madam Clerk, no, the only thing she's printed out for you right now, ma'am, is that protocol. I'm going to be finalizing the order, and like I said, I may be able to finish it before we're done with the hearing, and I'll hand deliver it to you. If I cannot, it'll be mailed to you.
Yes, I understand. It was regards to another document proposing the dates for today's hearing. And I guess it was some type of notice. That's what, please, that she was going to print out to give to me, so I have that.
Okay. Mary.
I did not receive that, nor did I receive this protocol list.
As to everything that was being discussed. Can you print out a copy of it for this? It should be in the court file. All right, ma'am, let me take a moment to review your motions. Give me a moment here.
Thank you.
Well, ma'am, with regard to one of your motions, the motion for defendant's immediate address correction, as identified earlier, there was a clerical error using the general P.O. box as opposed to legal mail. That's been remedied. So I'm going to go ahead and grant that motion as that's already been remedied, but I don't have a problem granting your motion for the correct address for any legal mail. Mr. J, if you want to approach, sir, to review the hand-delivered motions, it is the motions for defendant's reasonable freedom and movement by allowing her to be unshackled, unhandcuffed, to function equally and comfortably while utilizing the courtroom. The second motion is the motion for defendant to lawfully receive, review, utilize the original hard copy discovery, parentheses, 2 boxes, -A, B, parentheses, submitted to the court by former attorney, parentheses S, and parentheses, on June 28, 2024, for preparation of trial in her criminal case. Just review those, Counselor, just let me know when you're ready to address them.
Your Honor, in regards to the first motion, we need to notice the Sheriff's Office, who is in charge of courtroom security, so we're not able to address that today unless they're allowed. I don't know if you're able to contact the person that's in charge of that today. Otherwise, we would need a separate day for that motion.
Okay.
As far as the
Okay, so apparently they brought up the motions that she just handed him, which was the ones I was talking about at the beginning of the stream about the freedom motion and the motion about the evidence or the discovery. So yeah. That's what this is about, what they're talking about there.
second motion, it's completely up to the defendant. We have no standing to say anything about it. If she wants to have her documentary discovery in hard copy form, that's between whoever and whoever, but not the state of Florida.
Okay, all right, I appreciate that, sir. Ma'am, with regard to your request for discovery, the hard copy discovery, you've advised me multiple times seeking to use a laptop. I've written correspondence from you asking for a laptop. That laptop is being provided. At the last hearing, you advised that you wanted hard copies. You've also advised me that you live in the female dormitory, you have limited to no privacy, and you have nowhere to store anything. You have a small drawer to keep personal effects, and that's it. There's nowhere, is my understanding, in communications with the captain to place this information. There's nowhere to house it. There's nowhere to store it. You do not have, by your own admission, any place to place it.
Is that your understanding now? Are you asking me?
No, those are just statements that I know that are in the court file that you've made. You've written letters requesting a laptop. That's been provided to you.
I've never...
You have written letters, ma'am, specifically asking for a laptop.
Do you know what the date of that is?
Without me going through all the correspondence. But when we have our hearing on the issue of the, your motion for freedom and movement, well, I'll notice the sheriff and we'll try to set that up for this week so that it can be done expeditiously.
Okay.
We can address that at that time. But the jail has advised me they have no place to store this information, these hard copies. You've advised me you have no privacy and nowhere to place them. So I'm not saying no, but I don't know how I can facilitate this for you. When you do not have a place to store it, the jail does not have a place to store it.
We have an entire property department for all of the inmates on the entire compound. I've been given permission also by sergeants.
Who?
Corporal Ward, Sergeant Dunn, Sergeant DeJesus, have the understanding that I have been forced to represent myself as pro se and have temporarily given me a property bag where I can store additional case documents at my bunk. Help me understand, please, for future reference, so I know how to approach. By my statements that I have made to you, questions were not asked in order for you to come to the conclusion that you are coming to that I did not want my hard copy. I was never formally asked by you to see if I wanted my hard copy discovery. I would believe it was the court's understanding, the judge's understanding, that it should automatically be allowed to give to me. My understanding and trying to explain to you also, so you have an understanding, is my limited restricted access to the laptop is from 8 to 4. I, with 62 days left in order to defend myself in preparation for trial, would like to close that laptop at 4 p.m. and then pick up the discovery of hard copy in the 2 boxes that I had. I haven't spoken to the captain yet. I just now received the protocol for the laptop. I know that you had mentioned it to me the last time that we met with one another. So I'm confused how everyone is confused by me coming to the court with solutions and ideas and suggestions, but are being misinterpreted and misconstrued, like my letters from my attorneys, and you're coming to the wrong conclusion.
I'm not coming to any conclusion. The process was created, and I'm just reciting what you've said to me at prior hearings, ma'am. That's all I'm doing. You've told me you have limited space. You've told me that you have no privacy, and that you have a small drawer for personal effects. This is the first time I've heard anything about you having a locker or some kind of bag, or property bag, that you now have access to. That wasn't addressed at our last hearing. This is the first time I'm hearing about it. So I'm not drawing any improper conclusions, as I identified for you with the process. The jail created this process. It was something that they put together. And as I told you, we worked diligently to move forward, to get with the jail to have this done. There's no nefariousness here, there's no undermining, there's nothing along those lines. I want you to have this information. And as I addressed at the last hearing, I could not copy it. I can't look at it. I can't look at what's in those 2 bankers' boxes. Ms. Barrios cannot, no one associated with my office can look at it. We had to use your investigator to do that. And what the jail has advised me is that they were not in a position to take both those bankers' boxes because of space and potential hazards. Now, if something has changed and the captain advises me that you can have those documents, I don't have a problem with you having them. But what I've been advised, as identified in that protocol, is to how and when you can have access to the information. And unfortunately, it wasn't in physical form, it was in digital form. And that was the process that the jail created. They are aware it's 2 bankers' boxes. They're aware of what the information is. Everything has been out in the open to address your concerns and how to facilitate getting this information to you. No one's withholding anything. No one's trying to hide the ball.
My opinion differs. I was never asked anything. Just like my letters to you prior to you forfeiting my right to counsel, I was never asked anything in order for you to have a better understanding.
Ma'am, I'm not going to revisit that.
I am not, you never asked me in regards to the hard copy.
Hang on, yes.
How quickly can we have an evidentiary hearing with the captain or whomever we need?
My understanding is she's on vacation this week.
Okay.
So, which is why Sergeant Casey was here, because Captain DiGiovanni is on vacation. And I cannot recall off the top of my head when she's set to return. She's set to return on the 12th.
So if the document, what would be the process? Because it's marked, tagged, and in evidence, so there would need to be a motion to get it released from evidence.
I mean, I would entertain an or tennis motion to have it released from evidence. The concern as, and Mr. J, this is the first time I had the opportunity to discuss this case with you. I know I've been dealing with Mr. Cacciatore. We had a hearing, and I'm sure you're versed on this, but let me just kind of bring you up to speed. We had a hearing in June, and at that point in time, I forfeited Ms. Boone's right to an attorney based on her conduct and alternatively a waiver, and I'm sure you've read it. Thereafter, the court endeavored to figure out how to get those 2 banker's boxes that Ms. Cashman had provided to the court at that hearing in Ms. Boone's possession. It took time for the jail to come up with a policy and a procedure for that to happen. I was advised by the captain that they could not take custody or possession of those 2 banker's boxes because of A, storage, and B, because of the hazard. Now, if the jail's in a position to revise that by virtue of Ms. Boone identifying a property bag or something that may be available for her use, I am 100% on board. If the jail says, yeah, we can facilitate and make that happen, her getting that information. I'm just traveling with what I've been provided, and the protocol that was provided to me that's been filed in the court file was not inclusive of providing her hard copies.
I understand. I'm just trying to find a solution. So
Same.
If she moves Ori Tennis to release those 2 exhibits to her investigator, then perhaps he can try and get them released to her. And if he cannot, then it sounds like on the 12th we can revisit this when the captain's back.
I think I don't know if she returns on the 12th or that's when her vacation ends. It's a Monday, so I'm assuming she'll be back, but I don't want to make any affirmative statements on that. I don't have a problem. Mr. Lane's had this discovery. I don't have a problem with him taking custody of it again. And if he's able to deliver it to the jail and they allow it to be released to Ms. Boone, I don't have a problem with that. I have no problem with it. I'm just traveling on what the jail has advised the court in the creation of this process.
Okay, so if she wants to Ori Tennis, which means oral motion, move to release those 2 exhibits, the state has no objection, and it sounds like if Mr. Lane can't get them to her, we'll be able to revisit this in the near time future.
Yes.
Just so that she's advised. So I don't want to ask her, but perhaps the court can ask her if that's what she wants.
Ma'am, the state has recommended a position in an attempt to get you these hard copies. Is that something that you would like the court to, would you like to follow with the state's suggestion and ask of that of the court orally this morning?
I'm not understanding what it is that he's trying to do. May I please propose that the hard copies go to Mr. Lane, and then once I have permission by the captain and whomever, he can release them to me?
Granted.
No objection to her motion.
Okay. Mr. Lane, thank you for staying, sir. I appreciate you. If you could come back up here, sir, and take custody of both of those banker's boxes. I will have Ms. Barrios coordinate a hearing for the 13th at 8:45. Why not? We cannot do it the 13th because it's pretrial. You're correct. We will have a hearing on August 14th, if necessary, on Wednesday, August 14th at 1:30, if we address the jail's position in taking hard copies.
So now wait a minute. I'm going to rewind it. Did you guys see that he's got a little telescopic dolly. He's got a whole daggone telescopic dolly. Did you see that? Some of you probably call it a hand cart. We call it a dolly. But it's a whole telescopic dolly. Now look, watch this. I've never seen one of these before. Look, watch. Let me rewind it. Now, see, look, he just had it in his hand right there. Watch, watch, watch.
It's pretrial. You're correct. We will have a
Here
hearing
it comes. See that?
on August 14th.
Look at that. Oh, that's a telescopic dolly. How handy is that? Why am I so like put on by this whole telescopic dolly? I need one of those. That's cool. Watch him when he undoes it. Watch.
14th, if necessary, on Wednesday, August 14th at 1:30, if we need to address the jail's position in taking hard copies if Mr. Lane's unable to have it
I'm
delivered.
blown away.
And Mr. Lane, you had advised earlier when Ms. Boone had inquired of you as to when you might be able to go visit her. You said the end of this week or by next week. If when you go to visit her by the end of this week or next week, bring that with you and see if the jail would be in a position to take it. If they are, I'm going to ask you to file a similar notice, sir, that that information was provided to the jail on what date and to whom. Okay? All right, thank you.
Your Honor,
Yes, ma'am.
what would the hearing be for on the 14th then, for the jail taking?
The hearing on the 14th, ma'am, would be if Mr. Lane is unable to have the jail take physical custody of those two boxes for your review outside of the laptop.
So now there he goes out of the courtroom with them two bankers boxes. I wonder how much weight you can put on that thing, on that telescopic dolly. I think you should, Margaret. Margaret says I'm going to change my screen name to telescopic dolly. Do it. Do it. But keep in mind, you're going to probably have to keep it for about 14 days. Margaret. It did have straps. I saw that, JB. It's got straps too. Wow. I'm going to need to find this. Could be very useful, right? QB says, when do you ever see a judge review motions and grant them at the same time? He's doing everything he can to make sure she can't argue that she didn't get a fair trial. I like him. I think you're right. Margaret says they're great because they fit in the trunk of the car so well, right? It is pretty cool. I got very excited over the telescopic dolly. Had no idea that those even existed, but that's super cool and very, very handy.
We would have a hearing to address what, if any, protocols the jail may be able to utilize in you having those documents. It may not be necessary. We're going to go ahead and
He
set
said,
it.
what if any?
If we need it, if we don't need it, we will not have a hearing.
Thank you. And then so there would not be needing to be made an updated evidence control sheet right now. It has been tossed to Mr. Lane.
As of right now, the court minutes are going to reflect that what was pre-marked as A and B from the June 28th hearing is being provided to Mr. Lane.
Thank you.
Okay. With regard to your reasonable freedom motion, I'm going to set that for this Friday. Is the state available at 8:45 on Friday?
No, what's that date, please?
That is the 9th, ma'am.
We're available, Your Honor.
Okay, Ms. Barrios will coordinate with a representative from the Orange County Jail to address the reasonable freedom motion. Ma'am, I'm going to hand file both of these motions with Madam Clerk, okay?
Thank you.
All right. Is there anything else we need to address this morning, State?
Not from the state.
Anything else we need to address, Ms. Boone?
Please bear with me, just please, one moment.
Uh-huh.
What was the conclusion for the sensitive issues of having the media incorporated in the courtroom?
I need to research that matter a little bit further before I can make an order that would prohibit media access.
Do you know what your deadline may be or estimated?
It'll be well before the 3rd.
Thank you.
That deadline is set for September 3rd at 9 a.m. when we'll have that viewing. I will endeavor to get that done as quickly as possible. Ma'am, you also had asked for a list of the persons that Captain DiGiovanni had provided. The names of the persons at the jail regarding the laptop protocol is Captain Giovanni, Donald Casey, who was here this morning, Stephanie DeJesus, Sonia Robinson, Courtney Battle, and Malik Muhammad.
Thank you for that. Would you be able to provide me with a hard copy?
I will put that in the order that'll be mailed to you, ma'am.
Wonderful, thank you.
Okay.
If I may, I don't know if I'm allowed to address the state directly.
Yeah, you're representing yourself, absolutely.
How do I go about getting a copy of my phone or utilizing my phone? Is that something that can be brought to the courtroom and during the evidentiary, the physical evidence, that I might be able to utilize that?
So my understanding is there was an imaging done of your phone with software called Cellbrite, and that is part of the digital discovery that has been provided to you. If you are talking about the physical device being re-examined by your own expert, then you would need to find and retain your own expert to do that without giving you legal advice or suggesting that he is the person you hire. I know that defense attorneys in this area hire somebody named Richard Connor, C-O-N-N-O-R, and then that will be between you and the AAC and him, whether or not he wishes to work for you and at what rate, so on and so forth. And then that examination would be done by him, with us being present if we wanted to be present.
Yes, I have reviewed, I believe, 2 or 3 different thumb drives were given to me at one point, where I researched all of them extensively, also included with Mr. Lane, and it is nothing of use. It's primarily cookies and history and so forth. So that's why I don't understand who it is, a legal expert that can give me a mere download of my entire phone in regards to videos and pictures and contacts. I could probably supply a witness list sooner than later if I were to have accessibility to my phone in regards to my contacts. That's why I didn't know if it would be allowed to have my phone physically here in the presence of everyone, including law enforcement, to be able to physically look at my phone and go through it and to see what I can extract myself while here in the courtroom before trying to figure out how to locate and contact an expert to download all of that to receive.
So all that information should have been downloaded, and I'm not sure what has been provided to you, but we will be double checking that.
It has not been provided.
Yeah, your contact information, all the videos and photographs, everything on your phone should have been downloaded. And what you may have reviewed is just a PDF file called the timeline, but there is additional data there, and we will make sure you have that. And then when it comes time to our digital evidence deadline, which I hope to exceed well before 9/3, we will be identifying which portions of it is of your phone, if any, that we seek to introduce at trial. So it may be texts from December 2nd, 2019, whatever it is. We will identify those pages, we will identify those files, because obviously your entire phone, however many gigabytes it is not going to just come into evidence, because like you said, there's so much of it would be not relevant.
Yes, thank you. So you all have already had access to my phone and have researched it fully?
We're not going to talk about our work product. I'm telling you what, based on my experience from other phone examinations is, all that information should be there. And it's typically presented in 2 different fashions. One is a large PDF, typically hundreds or thousands of pages, depending on how much you use your phone every day. And then there's a separate big digital image file that is read with what's called a UFED reader, and then that is where you can go in and look at everything.
Yes, sir, thank you. I've not seen any of that.
We are going to make sure that that is taken care of.
And what
Just
would
as
that be?
clarification from the court perspective, is that something that would have been provided in discovery to prior counsels?
Yes.
Okay, then ma'am, as Ms. Cashman identified, she had everything. It's already been digitized for you, and to the extent you're able to have the hard copies, it'll be provided to you. So you'll have access to all that information today when you return from the jail.
Yes, thank you. None of it was gone over in any way, shape, or form with Ms. Cashman or any prior. So this would be a milestone, an epic milestone for me to be able to finally do that. So now if I don't have what I need or I'm looking
Shut up! Shut up! Shut up! Shut up! Shut up! Shut up!
We haven't played the shut up, shut up, shut up soundbite in a while. And this is probably what Sarah Boone is also saying to herself.
I hate it here.
Okay. Okay. We had to just stop for a second and do some sound bites. She just doesn't stop talking. Okay. Looks like we got 40, maybe 5 minutes left ish. Something like that.
for how do I go about, I know you all can't tell me because of legal matters, but do I need to write a motion? I don't know what I need to do in order to finally get a copy mirror download of my phone. If it could be brought to for physical, with the other physical.
So again, that is going to be something that requires an expert. And then if you get a defense expert, and the JAC pays for it, then we make arrangements to meet with that expert. That expert will have the opportunity to image your entire phone just as we did, and you all can work with that image. And you're going to be, if you don't already, on those thumb drives that Mr. Lane has, if you don't already have the full extraction and not just the PDF timeline of your phone, you're going to make sure that that is provided.
Okay, so that is not able to be included in the other physical evidence that you all are supplying?
No, what I'm saying is there's two different ways that I see phone extractions. One is the PDF, which is what I think you're referring to as the timeline of this communication, so on and so forth. And then there is the actual ginormous file that is read with a UFED program, and all that should be provided to you. Hopefully your laptop can use it. It does take some specifications on the computer to open it. In fact, we're addressing those issues at our office with our own computers. And if it doesn't work, we will cross those bridges as we get there. And I've worked with Mr. Lane before. Just let him know. Mr. Lane knows how to find me. We will work this all out and get what you need.
Absolutely, yes. I am grateful for your information. Just to clarify, please, during the physical evidence and me viewing that here in the courtroom, am I not able to physically open my phone and search through it?
No, because
Okay.
it needs to be in a Faraday box where radio signals don't come and go, because anytime you turn on your phone, it changes the contents of its phone, of the phone.
Thank you
You're
very
welcome.
much.
Ma'am, do you have any other questions?
One moment, please. Okay, so everyone is aware that I'm in the process of trying to talk to the captain.
Brenda, that's a really good and valid point. Brenda said she probably wants to talk to people other than those on her block. And I get that. I do get that. I do get that. But that's not why she talks so much. She talks so much. She talked too much long before she was ever even in prison. If you watch the interrogation, it's the same way. She's the same way. Yeah. The interrogation, she's just like blah 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 blah, and she then too she asks all the questions, and she's right about everything. She's, you know, she knows it all, and you would think if she knew it all, she wouldn't have questions, right? But she does have questions. Like, she actually comes into the interrogation room with, like, she has a paper with her. I don't know if it's something she's got to get signed or if it was a paper that she had like questions written on, but she like gets this paper and unfolds it and all. I mean, like she's the same in the interrogation as she is right here. And QB says, Patricia, I just saw your profile picture. Do you paint? I told her the other day, QB, her profile picture of the jellyfish. I told her the other day that that would make a beautiful diamond painting, actually. Margaret says, oh, Lord, don't ask her that. If she has any more questions, yeah, no more questions, no more questions, no more questions, no more questions.
And okay. Your Honor,
Yes, ma'am.
I believe I am okay for right now. You and I do not have a direct way of communication, and I didn't know. Another big hurdle is if the laptop has internet access where I don't know if emailing or messaging or whatever, however it is that you and I can communicate, rather than snail mail, I mean writing you a letter. I don't know when I write a letter how soon you receive it, because sometimes it's days or weeks that it is uploaded to the clerk's website. Do you have a general time frame of when you actually know of something? Because you already have my address correction, but I don't believe I've updated.
Well, it's been updated
No,
now.
I mean on the clerk's website.
I can't speak to what's on the clerk's website. I know for the purposes of my records and getting information to you, that clerical error has been remedied.
Do you have any other suggestions? If I do not have internet, would my only possibility to correspond with you be via mail?
That's my understanding. And you asked when I receive things. I get it as soon as I get it from in the mailbox. So we check the mailbox every day. As soon as I get it, it doesn't go to the clerk, it goes directly to me. And I review it. As you saw with the motions that you made reference to at our last hearing, that you had 5 of them, we set those for hearing immediately. And I intend on continuing to try to do that to facilitate prompt resolution to any concerns or issues or motions that you may have.
Thank you. And if I do have internet access or I'm able to put on, if it's not already, am I able to correspond with you via email?
You cannot correspond with me directly, but you can have conversations with my judicial assistant to the extent that you do have access to internet. I'll make sure to include her email address and telephone number in the order setting the deadlines that we addressed this morning.
Yes, thank you. And for any, I'm not sure specifically which JA, but as soon as something is scheduled, could you all please make sure that I'm included in the certificate of service or portal or whatever it is I might be attached to in order to receive notices to be properly prepared?
Notices have been sent, ma'am. To the extent that there was a clerical issue, that's been remedied, but you have been copied on everything that's been filed with the court, including the JAC's response, the notice of the hearing that was set for today, and the notice of the filing of the protocol. With that, I will see you all this coming Friday at 8:45 to address the motion regarding reasonable freedom in movement. State, anything else?
No, Your Honor.
All right, we'll see you all Friday. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
We'll return Ms. Boone to the custody of the Orange County Jail.
I'm grateful. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Her face, y'all. Did you see her look at the camera and like Spins just said no, or not Spins. Sorry, QB just said no update yet on Spins. Surgery was supposed to take 2 hours and it's been 3. Her mom says they haven't updated her yet. Y'all, please just say some prayers for our girl. So that's a little nerve-wracking. I bet her mom is very nervous. I can't believe they haven't updated either. Usually whenever there's a surgery like that, they'll at least update like halfway through, right? The family, I mean. But definitely sending our prayers out there for her. Yes. Send all those prayers for Miss Spence. Margaret said she's going to be just fine. I say so. Brenda says no convicted person has direct contact with the judge, right? You'd think she would know that, know better than to ask that. Sometimes they start late. Don't forget, my surgeries have never been on time. Yeah, absolutely prayers. Mm-mm-mm. So, um, this girl, you guys, what do you think about her? What do you think? Sheesh. Sheesh. Um, yeah, she's stressed. They said they would update her every 2 hours, but they haven't. It's a bit more complicated than a regular appendectomy. I know she'll be fine. Added prayers always help. Yeah, they should have updated. Does she know that she should be able to go inform the nurses, like the nurses station, wherever she's at and on the surgical floor, that she needs an update? I mean, you can do that. She can do that. Right, Margaret. Just go up and ask. And I would tell them that, they said 2 hours and that they would update me, but I haven't got an update and it's been 3. And I just want an update. That's all I want. Um, so here, hold on a second. Copy. I'm going to drop the link. If y'all want to come up and chit chat about Miss Boone for a minute, for a little bit, I have about half an hour, 45-ish minutes that we can chit chat and hang out for a little while and discuss this before I have to go get my child. My whole child. Oh, there's QB. There's QB. Hi.
Hi.
How are
Oh,
you?
I have an echo.
Oh, hold on. Sorry. Okay, is that better?
Let me see. Hi. Yes, thank you.
Okay, sorry about that.
Um,
So whenever I'm on by myself, I have to turn the echo cancellation thing off.
off. Yeah.
For whatever reason, it makes my volume weird. And I was having issues with my audio when I first started the stream today.
Yeah, I heard it.
So then I had to do that. But then whenever I have someone else come up on the panel, I have to change the setting to answer the echo cancellation thing on. But
So it's my
anyway.
fault. I broke it.
No, you didn't.
Okay.
It's being wonky. It's weird.
It's been
Margaret
wonky
says if
since you changed your camera. You've had settings stuff going on. I feel like I could be wrong.
Maybe. Margaret said if you have an echo, you're supposed to say the storm.
Storm. Y'all. I was talking to somebody yesterday about the storm, our storm.
Oh,
And
yeah.
I kid you not, I had to stop. I was like, the storm coming, the storm. I think I was talking to M, and M would be like, "Is that your internet people again? Is that them people in the computer? What are they teaching you?"
Oh my God.
So, with regards to spins, just so y'all know, listen, if I was there, y'all know I'd be up at that desk like, excuse me.
Mm-hmm.
But this is the first time that I've conversated with Spins' mama.
Oh,
And so, I know she's stressed out, so I'm not trying to stress her out more.
Mhm.
So I waited 3 hours and then I texted her and I was like, "Hey, did you hear anything?" And she's like, "No." So I'm trying not to, I'm not trying to do that whole thing. So I'm gonna wait like another hour, and if I don't hear anything, then I'm gonna be like, "Hey, can you go ask them?" Because yeah.
Yeah, I don't blame you. I would too because that's
It's just it's a hard it's I mean, appendectomies are like everybody they're like really easy, but with her,
Mhm.
it's not.
Right, right, right.
And like everything is all compressed and together and
Mhm.
hard to get to and like yeah. So anyways,
Yeah.
but okay, that's the cafe part. Anyways, hi. I see sunshine. Yay.
Good for you. Good for
Bro,
you.
we
I
almost
bet.
floated away. We almost floated away.
Did you have your boat and oar and everything ready?
I
Did
was ready.
Noah
I called
come?
Noah. Yeah, I called
Yeah.
Noah. Noah was on standby. Um, all of my planters are like flooded. The
Oh, your
roads were all
what?
flood. My planters, like that, are
Oh,
outside. They're all
yeah.
flooded
Yeah.
because I couldn't be bothered to bring them inside. But anyways, they're watered now. My trash can, my big trash can that's outside fell over.
Oh.
But I mean, I have not been outside because ew. But
Yeah, right? No.
Jay went out this morning and took not the girlfriend to work, and he said the roads were really, really bad. Like the main roads. It floods here, like you blink and it'll flood here. It's bad.
Mm.
And so we had like 4 inches of rain in like 2 hours. It was like
Wow.
crap. And it has nowhere to go. It just has
Yeah.
nowhere to go. So anyways,
Well,
but
I'm glad that
sunshine.
that your place didn't flood. I was worried about your house flooding.
Facts. And you know what? Look, listen, I'm in an apartment. This is the one I hate. On the one hand, I hate apartment living. I haven't lived in an apartment for like 30 something years.
Mm.
But I've been here, I think this is my 5th year here. There is something to be said to coming outside and being like, "Oh, your tree's down."
Yeah, right?
It's not my tree. That's your tree. Your tree fell. And so the concern that I had was my back patio, like my French door. Well,
Mhm.
it's not a French door. It's a faux French door because only one side opens, but it looks like a French door.
Mhm.
And I have an enclosed, like I'm on the first floor, so my patio is enclosed. It doesn't have like the pickets.
Mhm.
So I was worried about water getting in there and then coming in under the door, but it didn't. So we're good. And I have insurance, so whatever.
Good deal.
That's
Hey,
what I decided
JB.
yesterday. I was like, I think I told you that. I'm like, I got insurance. I'm good. It'll be fine.
You did say that, and I was like, thank God for insurance. Hey, JB, mama. Hi.
Hi. Oh my gosh, this makes me so happy. It's like 2 days in a row. 2 days. Well, it is 2 days in a row. I mean, technically it's not, but kind of is.
Kinda, but kinda not.
But kind of not. So yeah. So
Yeah.
Sarah Boone, y'all.
Mhm.
Here,
How many, put a 1 in the chat if you have already watched her interrogation, and
one.
put a 2 in the chat if you have not
One, one, one,
watched
one,
her
one, 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 one,
interrogation.
one. One, 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 one.
I'm in agreement.
Hey,
One, one,
And
one,
the
a
one,
body
one.
little
cam, and the body
crazy.
cam, and all
Yeah,
the
the body.
things,
Yeah.
and the ex-husband's interview,
Mhm.
and he was like, "I didn't put my feet in there. I stepped right there and saw the thing, and I was like, nope." And I stepped back out and said, "You need to call the cops." I don't know why you called me, girl. You need to call
Right?
somebody else.
He
He totally
whipped
did.
right
Like, why are you
around.
calling me to come down here for? I'm the
Right?
ex-husband.
Right, but
What are you
he
calling
was
me for?
like making sure that they knew that he did not. He was not. If you find my stuff in there, it ain't from today because I did not go in there.
No
It weren't.
joke.
It weren't me.
Well, remember too in the body cam when they first came in, he was like, "Can I go?"
Yeah,
Mhm. Mhm.
she's like, "Can I get a Pepsi? Can I get my Pepsi?"
No,
Or
he
diet or
was.
Dr.
Remember,
I
he
know.
was
I
like
know.
sitting in
No.
the car, about standing by his car or whatever, and he was like, "Can I go?"
Yeah, he was like, "Can I go?" But she was wanting to go back into the apartment to get her drink.
Yeah.
And the cop is like, No, I can get you some water, but you need to stay out here.
Yeah, you can't go in there. You can't be covering stuff, ma'am.
Right? You can't be
We
touching
already
nothing.
found
I
him.
want to know too. Do either of you believe that she was really doing CPR on him
Oh no.
Oh no, there's no way.
during
I
the
mean, okay,
911 call?
Mm-mm.
let me explain to y'all. Let me explain to y'all. That man
Yeah.
died in the suitcase probably
The night
about three.
before.
Yeah, probably 3, maybe 4 o'clock in the morning. And what, she found him at like 12 or whatever.
Yeah.
He
Mhm.
was already riggered up. They couldn't even.
Right.
I mean, there's no way they could even probably straighten him to do
Mm-mm.
CPR.
I don't
I
Mm-mm.
mean,
think so either.
I ain't seen none of the pictures or nothing, but I guarantee you he was in the fetal position.
Oh yeah.
Well, now though,
Now he
don't
might
they
have
say
unriggered.
that after you go into rigor mortis, but
Yeah, I
then
was gonna say
after a
he
few
might have
more
unriggered
hours,
already.
you get
Yeah.
limber again.
Mm-hmm.
You
So
don't
how
get
many
okay, so
hours?
you get limber, but you're not like
Limp.
limber. Like they could probably get him in the fetal
They could probably move
position.
him around, but
Yeah,
he
but
ain't
that
limp
yeah,
by
he's
any
not
means.
limp. Yeah, once they rigor up, okay, when they're in rigor, okay, you could take a Mack truck and you can't move them. Okay?
Yeah.
And then after that, is it liver mortis? No,
Yeah.
liver mortis is after rigor mortis. Anyways, or that's right before. I don't know. I can't remember the terminology. But anyways, afterward, you do loosen back up, but those muscles and tendons and stuff have kind of locked in
Yeah.
place, and so you can't really. They're not like super movable.
No.
Right.
I'd imagine
Like
if I had to guess, she wasn't doing CPR because. I mean, and that's what she should have said. She should have said, "I can't even open him up." What do you mean do CPR?
right. And plus too, the way she would be able to count like normal. I'm sorry,
Right.
but when you do CPR,
Uh-uh.
your butt is tired by
Yeah,
number
you
10.
you
Right,
huffing
right,
and you
right,
huffing
right.
and puffing. So
Yeah.
here's where I think she made her mistake, and I'm gonna take. This is the hill I'm gonna die on. This is where I think she made a mistake. I think that that those two both had alcohol issues and had been accused of being alcoholics and getting passed out drunk because she was all about trying to tell them I wasn't passed out drunk. I wasn't passed out drunk. No,
Mm-hmm.
I'd have been like, I was passed out drunk. He got in the suitcase. We were playing hide and seek. I was passed out drunk. I went upstairs, got into bed, totally forgot he was in the suitcase. My bad. And I fell asleep and then I passed out because I was passed out drunk. Because then you're looking at like manslaughter,
Mm-hmm.
Well,
the
the thing for me though is if she was really, if she, I feel like she did do that. I feel like she did pass out. I don't
oh
feel like
yeah.
she would have had to have lied and said that she did when she didn't.
No, I'm saying she
Otherwise,
lied
she
and said
would
she
have
didn't.
remembered that she took that video.
I know. That's what I'm
She,
saying
I
though.
don't think, even remembered or realized that that video existed until they put it
Until they
right in front
found
of her
it.
face.
Yeah, but that's
And
the
she was
thing.
like, oh, shoot.
That's what I'm saying, Jenny. She actually lied and said they only had a few drinks and she wasn't passed out drunk because she was. I feel like was trying to defend herself. I'm not an alcoholic. I wasn't passed out
Mhm.
drunk. If it
Yeah,
was
yeah.
me, I'd have been like, I was passed out drunk. I was so drunk and I was doing shrooms. I was doing all the things. I don't remember nothing. I don't even know how he got in there. He was in the suitcase for real. I'm just saying, like I was.
I
But
had
also
some of them
too,
daggone gummies from the vape shop
I
up the road.
know. It had Delta 8, 9, and 10 in it. It knocked me out.
you
No.
got to think about this: is she is an addict or
Right.
addicted? That's the number one sign is denial. Oh,
Exactly.
I don't
And
have a problem. Oh no, this didn't happen. Oh no,
but
no,
that's
no.
where girl, that's where she messed up because
Mhm.
she'd be looking at manslaughter,
Mm-hmm.
Instead of second degree.
except yeah,
Yeah.
and two, they may not have ever looked at her phone.
I don't
If
know about
No,
she
that.
I
I
mean
think
they
they would
might
have looked at
have
her phone.
they might have, but I mean think about it. If she says, yeah, homie, I passed out and they say manslaughter and you ain't never been in trouble, well, she's had a little bit of trouble, but not a whole lot. And you know, here we'll give you, whatever. I don't know. but she got to run her
She's like,
mouth.
we just sitting out on the back patio, smoking a couple cigarettes, having a little glass of wine, and then we go
Doing
in to
puzzles
paint.
and
We was
crafts.
gonna paint today.
Yep. We were doing puzzles and crafts, and then we decided,
Puzzles and
hey, let's
crafts.
play
Yeah.
hide and seek. How's that hide and seek when you put him in the suitcase?
Now I don't think I do think he probably why? I don't know. But
Because he
why
was
would
drunk and they were playing, but she zipped him up. He couldn't have zipped
she?
himself
Oh yeah,
up.
yeah.
Yeah.
She zipped him up.
Yeah. Well, see, it probably was gonna head to manslaughter until they found that video and was like, oh, well, we need to change
yeah.
plans here.
Yeah. So we got some numbers in the chat. I asked a question a while ago about one.
Oh, yeah.
Put a 1, or put a 2 if you haven't watched it. And Annie Ruler, hi and welcome to the chat.
Hi, Annie.
Hello.
I love the name Annie. That's such a
I
love that name.
It is. I love that name.
She said
bye,
1.
Brenda.
Kel said 2. She's only watched the body cam. Henny said 1. She's watched. Sherry and Miss King both say 2. So yeah.
That body cam footage is off the chain.
Yeah, it is good. It is good. Miss King says, but I think she did not want to admit to being drunk because it would look bad and she would lose her son.
Yeah,
well,
exactly. But she's now okay. So now what?
Right.
Now you're second degree instead of manslaughter. Because if you think about it, if that was the case, okay, it was an accident, quote unquote. Okay. And they and so they do manslaughter and she cops a plea. She'll be out in a minute. She might be out now because she's been sitting there 4 years?
Mm-hmm.
Hi, Miss Margaret. Look, Margaret's here drinking out of her Tommy Tippy.
I just wanted to see if my Tommy Tippy matched my outfit. I got a Zoom.
Look at yours, so cute. That's my favorite one. Yay.
Is it? Got coffee in it. I just wanted to check and see. I have a Zoom at 10:30, and I just wanted to get some. Obviously, I'll have a jacket and all that, but I hate doing Zoom interviews sometimes from home because you got to get all dressed up, and all I've got is shorts on. And if they make me stand up, I won't get the job.
Tell them, just be honest with them. Say, look, this is Zoom. I ain't got no pants on.
Yeah, I just got my
They'll probably hire
shorts, my workout shorts on. I would really like this job if they gave it to me. It's just a mile up the road here. And
nice.
Very,
well, you look beautiful.
Thank you.
I wanted
to see if my background was okay. Just want to get some tips.
Yeah, it looks good.
Oh, you're great.
Thank you.
That looks great.
Thank you. But yeah, it'd be a mile up the road, and it's also a hybrid position. So I'd only have to be in the office like 2 or 3 days a week.
Yay.
Yeah. And so pay is not what I had at the old job, but that's okay considering, the checks and balances of like not so much gas I have to be going through all the time.
And you can work from home, and you don't have a jerk boss, hopefully.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So this is, I had an interview. I had a call with the guy yesterday. And before I even hung up the phone, he already set up the second interview. So it went really well. So I really like this job. And I think I mentioned earlier, I've had 5 calls on my resume. So
because you're in high demand, ma'am. Some people messed up.
It's the Tommy Tippy. It's the Tommy Tippy that does it.
You add the Tommy Tippy to your resume?
I told everyone how responsible I am. And
there you go.
I'm
a whole grown adult, but I use a Tommy Tippy because
I'll keep your electronics safe. It'll be fine. I don't care.
I work like an adult, but I drink beverages as a toddler. That's how that goes.
Yeah, that's in the strength and weakness category. So, all right, I'll have my jacket on. I got my background. It's all good. Okay.
Yeah, you do look beautiful.
Yeah, it looks good. It looks nice.
Yeah, I had to put a full face on today because this one's, like I said, this would be okay. If I got it, I would be all right with it. But
Good
the
deal.
next call after this, y'all remember I got federal jury service?
Yeah.
Yeah, so of course it starts next week. And what you have to do, at least in my case, you have to call the night before and they'll tell you that you either need to report or you don't. And what do you think that somebody's going to want to interview me in person? And that's going to be the day that the court says, oh, you got to come down. So I got to call them and wheedle, plead, and cry to say, you got to push me out a little bit. Remember, I did it the first time earlier this year.
Yeah.
And what had happened was that was federal grand jury. And so I told them, I said, I can't, now's a bad time. What can we do here? So they pushed me now to August, obviously, but I negotiated myself off of federal grand jury because out here, federal grand jury service is an 18-month commitment, 1 day a week.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Can you imagine?
What's the tea?
1 day, one trial. So if I go, if I have to go and I sit there in the jury room and do nothing but drink coffee and use the ladies' room all day and I'm never called, I'm done.
Okay,
So if you sit there, and we do that for Superior Court in my town too. If you sit there all day and come 2, 3 o'clock, they've decided that they've impaneled all the other poor souls that they want. You go home and your name goes back in the hopper for like 18 months or whatever it is.
Wow.
Hey, Steph is here. Happy birthday, Steph.
Happy birthday!
Happy birthday to
No, not
you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Steph. Happy birthday to you.
Oh, I'm so happy. I got to say happy birthday. All right. Well, I'm going to peel away here. I just wanted to check. I just wanted to get opinions and make sure that this was.
Oh, yeah.
It's very
Look,
beautiful.
You look gorgeous. If they ask you a question that you need to think about, just grab your Tommy Tippy
And take a sip and then
yep. Set it back down.
down.
Let them see you're
Yeah.
responsible and then answer their question.
Yes.
It's going to get me the job. It's going to get me the job.
It is. I'm telling you.
They're my good luck charms.
Love it.
So, yeah.
You can
So
say, I drink responsibly. There you go.
That'll do it. That'll do it. All right. Well, thank you for just checking me out here. I'm going to get ready. It's 10:15.
I have a question. I have one question.
Ma'am.
What do you think about Sarah Boone?
Oh God, she's nuts. She is nuts. You know what she is? And it's like Patricia really nailed it. She's the one that, you know, you would not want to sit and have dinner out with. You would not want to. She would be the one that asks for the manager, and it's totally not necessary to ask for the manager. Her questions, and I think I mentioned it in chat. That's, to me, it's what I would think is called weaponized incompetence. Well, I don't know how to do that. You know,
help me, please.
Yeah. Well, I don't understand how that works. She's had 9 attorneys. Is that what the last count was? 9 attorneys?
I think it was 8. But
It's 8, yeah.
8 or 9, whatever.
So, and to be fair, okay, look, and I was defending her at first. To be fair, the first, I think 3 were conflicted out. But that's still 5 more. I can't add.
I don't even care about those. To me,
I know.
I'm like, if you can't even make it through 2.
Yeah. Well, that's what. So when the first 3 went out, everybody's like, "She's been through 3 attorneys. This is her 4th attorney." I was like, "Okay, y'all, everybody sit down," and then I had to suck my words back in my face because, now she's been through 4. I'm like, "Okay, never mind." Sarah Boone, look, ma'am, you're making me look bad. I was trying to help you, and but here's what I think, because I'm already seeing it. Not that she'll be, but what's his name? Tucker. Remember when Tucker first started out and he was bumbling all over himself and he didn't know what he was doing. And by the end of the trial, he was like, objection, hearsay, and here's why. And he was really good.
Yeah.
I see her because I already see now that he said for sure you're representing yourself and there's no way back. The motions that she's writing are totally different. She's not writing these long letters other than the Constitution. She did the whole Constitution. But like the motion to move freely was to the point. Here's what the law is. Here's what I need. Boom. The cell phone, here's what I need, here's what I want, boom. You know what I'm saying? Like so I don't know. I mean, she's still a narcissist. She's gonna bumble, okay, and she's gonna talk herself right into jail forever. But I just see her being kind of like Tucker in that I think she's gonna continue to improve. And they're helping her. Even the state is helping her.
I know.
Yeah, they were.
I said that a while ago too, and I was like, she reminds me of Tucker.
Yes.
Yep.
In that she is really good at bringing these things up, you know, and then like citing case law.
Right.
Yeah.
That's why I said
but
earlier.
even the judge, sometimes the judge is like, yeah, that doesn't really have anything to do with this situation. But so she reminds me of Tucker in that way, but then she also kind of reminds me of Daryl Brooks in another way because she just is crazy.
That was maddening.
That's
maybe she's starting off slow. Maybe she is starting off slow just to.
If this is slow, I'm scared.
Yeah.
Because she was all, I mean, the judge is holding her hand.
You're robotic, QB. You got robotic.
Oh, bro. What in the world? Hello? Hello? Can you hear me? Bro, can you hear me?
Nobody say nothing.
Y'all stop. Y'all are a whole mean mess. I don't like
I hear you now. I hear you now.
Okay.
Is she still on?
You better stop, Margaret.
I'm fine. All right. Well, I have to go. I got to get my tech check going and make sure my hair fits in the screen and all that. Yeah. But happy birthday to Steph.
You got this. Happy birthday, Steph. And you got this, Margaret.
You look beautiful, Margaret. You are one smoking hot chick.
You are. And make sure you remember that they need you.
Mm-hmm. I am. You know, it was interesting because I did more of the interviewing yesterday with the recruiter guy. I'm like, so tell me about this and how do you handle this? And he was like, well, and he gave me, right answers, but clearly I did something or I must have fooled him because like I said, I got the second interview today before the phone call was even over.
Oh, wait, don't forget Abigail's tip about asking how they think the interview went.
Yes.
Yeah, remember that. That's a good
yes,
point,
that is a good one.
Baby. Yeah.
That is a good one. Mm-hmm.
Wait a minute.
What, QB?
Wait, what is it? Wait, what?
At the end, you ask them, how do you think this interview went? Or, just, kind of naturally lead into that. No, that's an excellent idea. Mm-hmm.
Yep. That's Abigail's tip. I remember that.
Yeah. Abigail, when she was interviewing for those jobs, when she moved, our Abigail, whenever she did that, she asked them, when they asked her, do you have any questions? She said, yeah. How do you think this interview went?
Mm-hmm.
All right.
That was cute. I was like, go girl.
Yeah. There's also I also watch, there's a whole slew, this whole thing, trying to find a job is a job in itself. Yeah. And there's a whole slew of really informative YouTubes, and I'm all about the YouTubes now, and things that you should ask. And there was one guy, and I don't know if I could do this, but I'm all YouTubey now. But
doing
there
all
was
the
one guy
YouTubey
who said at the end that if you strike the right rapport, and if you strike, it's there, that you just look at the guy or person and say, can I have the job? I don't know if
I've heard so when do I start? Like, do you have any questions? And you just say, so when do I start? And I could do that. I could do that if it was if we were vibing.
Yeah.
If they said, how many, do you have any questions? Yeah. When can I start?
When do I start? Can I have the job?
Yeah.
So I tell you, I would take that if I were the interviewer and somebody asked me that question, can they have the job? I think it would depend how I would either look at them like, whoa, you're super coming in hot, narcissistic, or I would look at them and say, you know what, you got the job because I really liked how this interview went. So that could go one of two ways.
What
You
it
know?
means, the guy that was giving this course on YouTube, he said what it means is that you're actually interested, and it's not just another cookie cutter interview that you've gone through all of the same spiel time and again. It's
Yeah.
like this one you really want. So I don't know. We'll see.
My only thing with can I have the job versus when can I start is,
Mhm.
for me, when can I start sounds more confident.
Yeah,
Oh
Like
yeah.
you
right.
feel like, you feel
Yeah.
like you aced the interview, and
Mhm.
so, you don't have to talk to nobody else. When can I start?
Yeah.
Versus can I have the job? Like,
Mhm.
Like you're
will you
It
hire
may
me,
sound
please?
desperate to some degree. I agree.
desperate, yeah.
Yeah. It may
Yeah.
sound like, oh, okay.
And you just want to make
Hire me.
sure, you have a wonderful opportunity to, even though it doesn't feel like it, but to really vet these people
Mhm.
and remember that you have a bajillion. I'm sorry, we're the same age, so I can say that, a bajillion years of experience, and you bring a lot to the table, and they would be remiss to not hire you. And
Yeah.
just remember that.
Yeah.
Don't settle.
I'm good. I'm out here
Don't.
and I'm good. That's what I'm gonna tell myself.
Yep.
So, all right, I got to peel away. So
Okay.
I'll let you know how it all goes. And
Yes,
All
thank
right.
you
please.
thank
Love
you for
you.
doing my background check and all that. Love all of you.
Love
Yeah,
you.
love
Good
you.
luck.
Good
Let
Yep.
us
luck.
know. Keep us
Thank you.
updated.
Bye.
Yep.
Yep.
I will keep you posted.
All right.
Awesome.
All right. Thank you. Love you.
Bye.
Bye
Love
bye.
you. Oh, and well, now she's gone. I was going to say too, Margaret, I need to get you and Brenda.
I already talked to Margaret in
Okay.
Instagram.
Okay.
Brenda, I think you probably have it. Do you have an email address or a contact info for her?
Yeah, I've got Instagram. I talked to her on Instagram.
Okay, we'll just have to send her the link, and then
Okay.
when we let them, I mean, this is going to be like a trial, because when we let them in, I have to give Margaret admin rights, moderator
Yeah.
rights, and then Brenda will get everyone rights, and I just want to see, like, I think it's good that it's going this way, like with the memberships, because it'll be like a slow trickle in, and we can kind of see. We got to get Kel in.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Anyways, yeah. So as long as we just, I think I've got it all set up. I just have to. I wanted to talk to you first, and
Okay.
yesterday wasn't the day, but
Right.
what was I gonna say? Sorry.
Oh, you're good.
I got a text, and it was something I needed to see. It's not spins, but it was something else I needed to see. Anyways, I have it all set up. I have the link and stuff to send to them and everything.
Okay.
So, and in case y'all didn't know, your second level membership comes with the Discord access. Whoop, whoop.
Yeah.
And
Yep.
Brenda got the judge, and hopefully, we'll get it set up. But did you put that on the thing about the game or movie night thing?
For the judge, yeah.
Yeah, did you put on the description? Okay,
On the
cool.
description of the membership judge level,
I'm
yeah.
so bad I didn't read it. I apologize. I was so excited. I was just sending it out to everybody. I was like,
Oh, that's funny. But yeah, I did.
I even twittered about it.
Did you?
I
Look
did.
at you being all
know.
stuffs. I ain't even twittered about it.
Look, I didn't even have the Twitter until you made me get it.
Yeah,
And
well,
now
that's
I'm like
where
obsessed.
if you want to be true crimey in the know,
You gotta know,
right
like they
quick,
know.
fast, and in a hurry, then you
Like,
got to be on Twitter because that's where
You
it's
are
at.
not lying. Like the minute I got on there, I was like, oh, look
Yeah.
at all the stuff.
I mean, stuff pops out quick.
Yeah,
And
they
if you
know,
want to
like-
know, you use your hashtags like hashtag Karen Reed,
Yep.
hashtag Scott Peterson, hashtag Gypsy Rose or whatever,
Yep.
and click latest at the
Yeah,
top.
latest.
It'll
And
be
then
done.
boom, there you go.
Well,
Anything
and
and
I
everything.
follow the people that I figure out are the good people.
Me too.
Mhm.
And I mean, and that could be different for people, because some
Yeah,
people
yeah.
are on a different side, and I don't mind. I like to see both sides, but I don't want to see all the stupid stuff,
Yeah.
know. And so, but yeah, like Kathy Russin, she's on her
on it.
game.
Yeah, she's got a lot of
And
so is
there's
Gigi.
one.
I like Gigi.
Yeah, there's one that I have on for Karen Reed, and there's one that guy with Nate Eaton was good for Daybell. You know, but I don't know how they do it. Like it's like boom, like
they're
it just
there.
happened. Yeah,
Well,
I know,
a
but
lot
it
of
just,
them
even
are
if they're
either
not,
there or they have access to reporters that because Kathy Russin works for Law and Crime Network.
Right. That's how she.
Yeah. And then you have other people who get quick access because they have some
Sources.
of them are the ones that they have sources that they don't let
Yeah.
out, but
Or
they
they have-
also are really good on keeping up with like databases of
and also a lot of them have LexisNexis, which is you have to pay for, but they
they'll
have
get
that.
like FOIAs and all that stuff too.
Yeah.
Or they're like waiting for information to come through, and when they get it, then they blast it. So
I don't, but that was you did me good on that one because I was like, I do not want to be on that mess. I don't want none of it. I don't want no part of it.
You just have to make sure, like I don't get into the political.
No.
I don't. But there's one person, not just one. There's a few people that I follow strictly for updates on breaking news.
Right.
But they also tend to have very hardcore feelings about certain cases that I don't have the same feelings for. And so, you have to take
but
the
you
good
can
with the
still
bad.
get that's what I'm saying, that you can still get the info. I mean, if they get it out quick, you take the info and you go, yeah, thanks for your opinion. Bye.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah. Like Nate Eaton, like you said, Nate Eaton was really good with Daybell. And I do believe Nate Eaton is going to be the one to follow with Idaho 4.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm sure he will.
Probably.
Yeah.
I'm sure he will.
Yeah.
I liked him a lot.
I like Nate. He's a good guy. You can tell he's just a good guy, right?
Yeah.
I think Daybell was his breaking on
getting
out there as far
For
as nationally
sure.
and stuff like that, because he was right there at the beginning with all of it. I mean, heck, he went to Hawaii. So
He did. He went all the way to Hawaii whenever they were like served and all that kind of stuff. But he's been on it from the get-go.
Yep.
I need to see what's going on in the chat. I'm behind.
Bro. Hey y'all.
Oh, hello.
Hold on
what
a
about
second.
Steph, have fun with Aiden today.
Yeah, I was going to say that. Miss King also says exactly, and I think she did not realize she had that video on her phone.
Yeah.
Going back to Sarah Boone, that's what I think. I don't think she.
Yeah, I don't think she
didn't
remembered.
realize she had that there.
They were trashed.
Yeah.
My child is in his room giggling. I don't know what video he's watching.
Kel said, "Hi, Annie. Annie is what my nieces call me. That's cute."
Aww.
I love the name Annie. I just think it's a pretty name.
It's just a sweet name.
It is. It makes me think of Anne of Green Gables. It makes me think of Little Orphan Annie. It makes me think of Annie Potts, and I love Annie Potts. I mean, I just I love the name Annie. It's just a sweet name, right? Steph says, I'm listening, but I'm about to hop in the shower because I want to have fun today. Her and her kiddo are going. She said she was going to take him and drag him to watch The Craft. Is that a scary movie?
I don't know. You know how I feel about movies.
And then
especially
she said,
outside of the house.
Weekend, I'll get to see someone who is going to give me.
Okay,
no, I'm not saying that. Wow, no, ma'am, no, ham.
I thought we weren't doing that. I thought we weren't doing that. Didn't we decide we weren't doing that?
She thought she would just slip that right on in, didn't she?
What? That's what she said.
That's what he said.
Oh. Jenny's morphing over here. She's letting her true side out. What is going on?
I hate it here. I hate it.
Sorry.
I was telling Annie, welcome to the cafe part of the
Cafe crime.
crime cafe.
Crime cafe.
And,
Look, I done got it backwards. Boy.
That's okay. Well, it's a little more cafe today. It's not really.
I don't know though. We did like an hour and a half or 2 hours.
I know.
There's
There's nothing really going on, but can we talk about Robert Tellis?
About what?
Robert Tellis.
Who's
we
Robert
talk about
Tellis?
him? Okay, that's the dude that I sent in the Discord yesterday.
That's not the dude that took his girlfriend out to the desert and tied her up, is it?
No, this dude. This dude. I had seen him a while ago because he was going to represent himself, and he has a law degree, but he's never practiced. And the judge was like, "Sir, have you ever done criminal law?" And he's like, "Well, I'm a licensed attorney." And she's like, "In criminal law?" And he's like, "Well, I've done civil." And she's like in a courtroom? And he's like, "Well, not exactly." And so anyway, so this dude, he's mean, he's nasty. So apparently he was elected. This is out in Nevada. He was elected to be over this division. I can't remember the name of it right this second, but they're the people that handle estates when people don't have nobody to handle their estates. So you pass away, they get all your things, they hold on to it, they research who's supposed to get it, and I can't remember the name of it, but it's a whole thing, and every state has one. So anyways, he was elected to be over this thing. The guy before him had been there like 500 bajillion years and retired. And so the next in line lady who had been there like 500,000 years and was running everything, she had voted for this dude, Robert Tellis. I think it's Tellis. And so so she was like, "Oh yay, my guy that I voted for won, and this is going to be great and everything." And so the first day he came in, he was slamming his fist on the desk, and he was like, "This is how it's going to be, and I don't care how y'all did it before, and you're no longer running things. Everything comes through me. And by the way, y'all can't have no chitter chatter in the hallways. Don't be talking to one another. We're not doing none of that." And so there was a whole bunch, like he was like a tyrant, right? So long story short, these 4 women, one of which is the lady that's been there 500,000 years, and 3 other people decide, because they went to the higher ups, and they're like, "This guy is terrible. He's, it's hostile work environment, all this stuff." And they were like, yeah, he was elected and we can't do anything. So they went to sleuthing themselves. And so these 4 ladies decide they're going to follow him in their own vehicle and record him, and come to find out he was having an affair with one of the girls in the office, and they caught him on video.
This is like a good episode of Cheaters,
girl. So they did not catch him.
I'm taking my phone with me, QB, but I really got to go wee wee again.
Okay,
but I'm taking my phone. I'm gonna listen, so I'm gonna let you, have chat. I'll be right back.
So if I drop out, let me get my computer. Hold on.
I think I don't know. I might. Can you remember?
Do you see the thing that says on stage or?
I don't think I have the things anymore.
Okay. Let's see if I can find it. Anyway, so they follow him. So they don't catch him in the act, right? But they catch him. I think I'm in the wrong thing. But they catch him getting out of the back seat of her car, and she gets out of the back seat of her car, and she's fixing her dress and all the things, right? So, I mean, they were doing it. So anyways, so they're like, now what are we going to do? How are we going to release this video? Because, we're just 4 women working in the office and we don't know nothing. And so they call this journalist who, like, they love this journalist is like gotten corruption and shown corruption and the mob and all kinds of things. And he's like, BA, right? So they call him and they're like, "Hey, by the way, let me just email you this video, by the way, if you're interested." So he starts looking into it. Come to find out, he's got like DV against his wife, and there was other shenanigans going on, like stealing stuff or something like that. I can't remember. I did a very quick review of this case. And so anyway, so he starts writing articles about this dude, and he's like, this dude is bad news, right? So he writes the first article, and the guy's like, oh, it's just these old biddies in my office who are trying to, set me up, blah, blah, blah. And then he writes the second article, and he's like, yo, dude, what did I tell you? Like, this is not. So anyways, he gets to like article 5, and dude killed him. He unalived him. And
Oh, I'm gonna have to look this up.
Girl, it starts next week. They did a hearing yesterday, and it starts on jury selection is Monday, and it starts Tuesday, and we need to watch it because this is gonna be crazy.
You sent in the thing
Yes.
just yesterday?
Yes.
Okay.
It's gonna be crazy. So he unalived him, and then now he's trying to say that the women in the office set him up, but dude, the journalist was like, I'm not going down without you being found out. So he scratched the snot out of him, and he had all his DNA under his fingernails.
Ooh.
Also, all the ring cameras, he dressed up like a landscaper. Okay.
Oh Lord.
He had on like these khaki pants and these tennis shoes, these weird tennis shoes, and a reflective vest, long sleeve vest, and his big old straw hat, like he was like a landscape dude. And so he
Wait a minute. Wait. So
What?
is this the one that they just had a hearing?
Yes, it starts Tuesday. Jury selection starts Monday. Girl, we got to watch this trial. Because it is gonna be crazy. So apparently now he is not representing himself. That was the last word on the street, that he does actually have counsel. But he's cray and he's scary. Like if you look at him, I could see him. I could see all of that. But yeah, so he dressed up in like a landscaper's outfit, and he goes into the backyard, and he sits and waits. And then the journalist dude, Gehrman, it looks like German, but it said Gehrman. And so he goes in the backyard, and then that dude unalived him a lot of times with a very sharp object. And
unalived him several times. You mean stabbed?
Well, yeah, but anyways, I'm trying to be like whatever. So
They call it YouTube friendly.
Thank you. YouTube friendly. Did you know? Okay, so I told y'all about that girl in the Young Thug saying unalived on the stand. Do you know that's like becoming a thing now? Like in court? Shut up.
Other people are doing it now?
Other people are doing it.
They're starting to do it now.
In court.
In court, which I guess I get kind of like we talked about the other day. Like if you're following a case and they're talking, they say, see you next Tuesday, and then you're demonetized because they said, whatever.
Well, yeah, but in court though, those people don't care if YouTube channels are demonetized.
I don't know, but I'm just saying they're starting to say it. So I don't know if it's a whole, we're not trying to trigger people or whatever. But I mean, if you unalive somebody, it's the same thing. I mean, we all know what it means.
Yeah, I know. It just feels
it feels
like
it's not okay.
Whenever,
it's not.
It feels like whenever I'm standing in front of my 5-year-old and I have to spell words out so she won't hear them.
I know exactly. It's like I unalived him, or he was, or UNALIVED. Like. Bro,
Patricia said, "Is it like bullet points? What are we supposed to say? Dot points now?"
Exactly. I cannot. But anyway, so I'm trying to help you because you're monetized now, and I don't want to mess you up. So, he unalived him in the backyard by poking him several times, very harshly. Anyways, yeah, he unalived him.
That doesn't sound good.
I know. So anyway, but the journalist was like, "Nah, homie, they gonna find you." So he scratched the snot out of him. So he had all the DNA under his nails. And dude is trying to. Robert Tellis is trying. Is it Tellis? I think it's Tellis. Is trying to say that these girls that caught him cheating put his DNA under dude's nails.
Oh my God.
Oh Lord.
Seriously. Then they get a warrant and they go in his garage, and lo and behold, the tennis shoes that the landscape man was wearing are in his garage, and the straw hat that the guy was wearing is also in his garage, and the black bag that he was carrying, guess what? Also in his garage. Sir, take a plea. Sit down.
Right.
Can I tell you
So
what that little thing just reminded me of when you was talking about her trying to make it like they put the DNA under his fingernails? Anyway, that reminded me of the episode of Golden Girls, not Golden Girls, Good Girls, where they take that one chick who died's phone and they have to dig her up,
you had to use
her
her
body
fingerprint.
up so that they can do the face recognition. That's what
I
that
love
just
that
reminded
show
me
so
of.
much. I love that show so much. That'd be something the crime posse would be doing. We'd be like,
Hold on, y'all.
Right.
Wait a
We
minute.
can't figure out her password. We need the face recognition. Well, we done buried her. Well, now I got to go unbury her to get her
unbury
face
her to get her face.
recognition.
Oh my gosh, exactly. So yeah, so I think personally, because there's not a whole lot going on. Yeah, let's see. You got today. Today is it this afternoon? I think is Richie. Is that who it is? Who is it?
Oh, I don't know. I haven't caught up with any of
I
that.
haven't. Yeah, I haven't seen that one. So that one, they just have like a pretrial hearing, and then tomorrow is Karen
Richie,
Reed.
I thought that they just end her trial.
Okay, that's not who I'm thinking about. Hold on. I know who it is. I'm all these people are running together, and it's not okay. Hang on, I'll tell you. Stand by.
Also, Patricia, somebody asked you, and I don't know if you answered it earlier.
Oh, do you
about,
art?
Yeah, do you paint? Because
there's a reason why I'm asking.
Well, because you mentioned her profile picture.
Right, and there's a reason why. It's all connected. I promise. I'm going to connect the dots.
Okay.
Not the bullet point. Not the bullet point. It's the dot.
In other words, Jenny, it's you'll see the whole web
in a minute.
Once it all comes about.
Oh, it is Robert Tellis. Okay, yay. Joe, did y'all follow Jay? Did y'all see? I gotta send y'all this video.
Yeah.
She says I do. I haven't diamond painted yet.
Okay, so do you know who the art Sherpa is?
Art Sherpa?
I'm sorry, I just hijacked your whole thing.
Are they on YouTube or what?
Yes, she's called the Art Sherpa. And the only reason why I'm asking is because she is doing actually I have to give kudos. Let me check my text messages. I need answers about spins, like seriously, like right now.
Yeah, because QB's brain's going 90 miles an hour.
It is.
Yep.
So the Art Sherpa. So she is
QB's in super ADHD rare form today.
I am. You know why? Because I did not sleep last night and I am like delirious. And when I get like that, I get like my ADHD and OCD gets into overdrive.
Yeah.
So, but it's fun. It's entertaining. Anyways,
it really is.
It's a train wreck. Just watch it. It's fun. The Art Sherpa. Okay, the Art Sherpa. Look her up because she is doing she's like an acrylic painter, but she teaches you step by step, and she's really good. And she's really into like mental health and stuff because she has her own things going on. So she's fantastic, and Spins introduced me to her. See, it's all coming together. Do you see where I was spinning?
Mm-hmm.
But I wanted to say Spins introduced me to her, and I love her. So she is doing this paint a picture a day thing, because one of her things is how you improve your painting is you paint every day or you paint consistently.
Mm-hmm.
So I said all that to say, either yesterday or today, she did a jellyfish that looks exactly like your profile picture. And if you want to paint it, go look for her and you can learn how to paint it. See how it all came together? Do you see it?
She did respond too. She said, absolutely, QB, I need to try some of her stuff.
Oh, so, I love her so much. So yeah, go look, because she's doing, it's normally in April. Check this out. So it's normally in April. But she has, I don't know for sure, but I feel like it's possibly bipolar. So she had like a major manic episode in like January, February, and it was so bad, like her neurotransmitters like shut down and she couldn't paint.
Oh Lord.
Like she couldn't, it was bad. So she normally does it in April. So she couldn't do it in April because she was still rehabbing and trying to learn how to paint again. And so now she's doing it this month instead. And it's really cool. I would like to I can't do it right now because I mean the arm and all that. But the jellyfish made me think of it because she did a jellyfish either yesterday or today or anyways. And it looks just like your profile picture. So that's the art part of the cafe. I'm gonna shut up now because I am spinning a little bit.
Spin. You're just spinning because you ain't had no sleep and you're worried about spins.
Bro,
and you're trying to
I
keep
was
your mind occupied.
Wide awake last night. I don't know what was going on. Anyways, but tell us. I think we should look into it.
Ooh,
Steph said Patricia is going to need some licensing between me and Elizabeth and Abigail. True.
Yeah. Yep.
Miss King says the lady who wrote the book. Lady who wrote what book?
Are you talking about the art Sherpa? Cinnamon? Yeah, her name's Cinnamon. I can't remember the last name. She's got a bunch of books. But she's really cool. Like, okay, so if you're not, I said I was done. I'm not. So if you're not a painter, but you want to learn, she does these traceables. So like, let's say she's doing the jellyfish, right? Instead of you having to freehand the jellyfish, you can print off the traceable and you can put the outline on your canvas and then you can paint it in.
Yep.
She's
cool.
really cool. I love. I'm so thankful. I told Spins last night. I'm so thankful that she introduced me to her because I love her. But check out the jellyfish because it looks just like a profile picture.
I was actually looking into that. I used to draw and actually used to do tattoos. And with my hand being the way it is, I've thought about getting back into it, the drawing and the painting and all that.
Yep, it's really good for your dexterity.
Yep, because I gotta keep one hand good. The lefty is like MIA right now, but the right hand I gotta keep it functioning.
So I draw and paint, do all the things, but I do more abstracty stuff, which she does do some abstracty stuff. But she's really easy to follow along with. She's really good about like minimizing the amount of materials that you need because she's like, I know it gets expensive. Now she does have a whole art store and she sells all the things, but she's like, you can get them here, 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 or here. If you want to check out our store, whatever. But she doesn't like, it's not like, I use this out of my store and this is what you have to use. She's like, you need an 8x8 canvas. This is the one I use. You can get it in my store, or you can go to anywhere and get an 8x8 canvas. You just need to make sure it's whatever. Like yesterday, or the one I was watching, she was talking about cold press versus hot press paper.
Yeah.
Because people are like doing this. Like, have you seen the art journals?
Yes.
So they're doing this 31-day challenge, but they're doing it like an art journal. Ooh. And so people were, which is kind of cool. So people were asking, if I want to do an art journal, and she was talking about hot press versus cold press paper, and she's like, I don't think we have the hot press, but here's where you can get it or whatever. I don't know, she's cool. She's cool.
The press paper that you're talking about, like hot press paper, I'm thinking of like what you use when you do those like hot cricket machine things.
Vinyls.
No, so
like the paper that you have to wrap around it, tape or whatever.
Yeah.
The difference between hot press and cold press paper when it comes to painting and stuff, cold press is got like bumps on it. It's almost like if you think about like watercolor paper.
Yeah.
It's got like texture to it.
Okay.
Hot pressed is actually heat pressed, so it's flat.
Okay.
And so she recommended a hot press book, at least like 90-pound paper. And then apparently you can get this type of wax paper. It's not regular wax paper, but it's some kind of other wax paper that you put in between the pages so they don't stick.
Mm.
I don't know. I think it would be kind of cool to have a whole book, like a 31 days of your. Anyways, I'm done now.
Steph said Google is going to go work at Odin's Den in Delphi.
Nope.
No, she's not. No, she's not.
Look, I don't have no supplies anymore. That was years ago that I was doing
She's
that. I had gotten
not.
rid of a lot of stuff. So yeah, nope. Mm-mm.
She's like, I will do it over here, but I'm not doing it over there. She's gonna work at the Odin's Den. We're gonna
Nope,
call it.
nope.
We're gonna
Better
call
go
it Great
googly
Googly
then.
Moogly tattoo and diamond painting
Yeah, see.
Tattoos and more.
and more. Great Googly Moogly.
I'm telling you, I did. I way back, I did that stuff.
Mm.
But I want to get back
Morgana,
in.
I have to leave. I need to shut down here at 2:00 because see, okay, here's
7.
why. I can't pick Jolie up till 3. It only takes me like 10 to 12 minutes to get to there.
Jesus.
But
there's 500 people in line.
There's so many people in line. And because I have Eli with me, I have to be able to get a good spot where I can get out of the vehicle and grab her from the pickup line and still be able to see him at the same time.
Yep.
So I can't park like 4 or 5 rows back
Mm-hmm.
because it would be he's, he has autism, but he also has like physical issues as far as like walking in tight spaces, and so it would just be safer for me to handle one child at a time and not both of them at the very same time with people and traffic everywhere. So
I think
totally.
probably a good thing is figure out. I mean, obviously you're probably not going to diamond paint, but figure out something that you can do in the car. And
I thought about
go
that.
and get there like an hour early. And if you got business stuff to do, like emails or invoices or whatever, do that. Or, make a video, if you can, if Eli's occupied or whatever, but just go like an hour ahead and get your parking spot, find your spot, and that's your spot.
Just hang out.
Yeah.
I do want to ask them because I didn't see any like handicap spaces.
You should ask them because you could probably park in the spot and just wait.
Right.
And that would put you up front.
Yeah.
But
they have like like a lane right by the school. That's like close to where I would pick her up, like steps away. But it says emergency vehicles only. But it's a big area.
Don't people start lining up though early?
Yeah.
How come you can't just be in the front of the line? Like
you don't line up early. You have to park and get out and go up.
So it's not like a pickup line like car wise. It's like you actually physically
pickup line of actually people go walking and picking their child out of the group of people.
Wow.
The only line is in the mornings. Now you do have a drop off line in the mornings where you don't park. You pull in a big line of cars.
I got
but at pickup, you have to park.
Go grab your baby.
Pick them up. Yeah.
So I would ask them about the handicap.
Yeah, I'm gonna do that because
I'm sure they would understand.
Yeah.
I'll always have him with me to pick up.
Yeah.
Not always to drop off, but always to pick up. So
yeah.
But anyway,
I would just plan on being there. I'd be there early. I'd take a book, do whatever. Get you a little tiny diamond painting and a desk. See you diamond painting.
Yeah, right.
Some people
get
got
your little
them
paint gem
size. Somebody has snack size out there, don't they?
Yeah. And so yeah, just get you a little snacky snack and a little desk. They make, you know what they make? Jenny, you know what they make?
Steering wheel desk.
They do make the steering wheel desk.
Yep.
Are you serious?
Yes,
Not even joking.
I will send you the link for it right now. Also, I sent you the link for the telescopic.
Don't tell me that you found the telescopic daggone
Of course
dolly.
I did, the dolly. Of course I did. I sent it to you right after. You didn't see it because you're, doing
Oh my Lord.
YouTube
I
thing.
didn't get nothing about that. I was
I'm
totally
sorry.
talking about how useful that was.
Oh, sorry. Let me put it in the.
You forgot I got the one hand. Pretty much the one hand.
I used to have one of these. They're fantastic, and it's like the weight is like 200 pounds or something. You can carry a whole lot. Yeah.
Really?
Yes.
On that telescopic
on that little
one?
thing. Now look, I wouldn't be pushing the 200-pound mark,
No, I wouldn't
okay?
either.
But
I
No.
wouldn't like
you
try to
saw he
carry a
had
person on it, but
right, but you saw he had 2 boxes of paper. That's a pretty good weight. I'm gonna put it in the Discord.
okay.
Yeah. Yeah. Because
Um,
you should see how
that's
I do
pretty cool though.
groceries.
Mhm. That's a cool idea. I like the idea of the groceries thing.
Yeah.
Uh,
Let me find. What was I finding? Oh, the desk, the steering wheel desk. Those things are
yeah,
awesome.
Morgana says she has that, not her, but John has a steering wheel desk. That's funny.
They're
Miss King was talking about Corey Richens, the lady that wrote the book.
Corey Richens. Yes,
Yeah.
that's who I was thinking of. There's a hearing for her today, and then um, hers starts maybe September
Corey Richens'
ish.
trial starts in September.
I think so. Don't quote me on that. I'm doing
Ooh,
3
that'll be
things at
another good
once.
one. That'll be another good
Yeah.
one.
Well, Jay and Defense Diaries are like, we are all in on this one.
Mhm.
So, but yeah, here, let me send you the steering wheel. I used to have one of these because I used to work in my car so much, um, and had to sit a lot, like and wait.
Mhm.
There you go. There you go. I sent it in the Discord. I don't know if anybody in chat wants it. I can.
Patricia says, I love doing art. I just wish I had more time. It's so much set up and take down, right? I know how that is.
Yeah.
She
Mhm.
says, I can't sell the license for the jellyfish because I don't own the idea. I did it through a tutorial with Angela Anderson, I think, was still tough and fun and took a lot of time.
Yeah. 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 So,
John eats on his steering wheel desk. That's cute.
yeah, the one that I just sent you has a cup holder. Well, not
Mhm.
a real cup holder, but it's got a little. Anyways, they're very cool. But you could totally diamond paint on that.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
Oh,
sorry. That was my 2 o'clock
Okay,
alarm.
ma'am,
All
it's
right.
2 o'clock.
Got to
2 o'clock.
go.
Yeah, my alarm just went
Okay.
off too.
I
So,
All
didn't
right.
mean to blow
Well,
everybody's eardrums out. Sorry.
I'm gonna go ahead and hop off.
yep, me
That
All
way
too.
right.
y'all can do the thing, and
All
I
right.
don't lag.
Well,
Like you
thank
mean
you for
it.
coming and hanging out, JB. It was good to have you up here again
I'm so
today. I
glad,
missed you.
JB.
Hey, look. I'm
Yeah.
trying to get the googly. I done. My googly veins coming back, so Yeah.
Yay.
Mhm. That was a cool
All
idea.
right.
Thank you for the idea.
You're welcome. All right. Bye. I'll
All
just see
right.
all y'all in chat.
All right.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye. Love ya.
Love you. Bye.
Love
Bye. They're awesome sauce. Love the girls. Love, love, love. Patricia says dry brush painting is the bane of my existence. I've never been interested in painting other than diamond painting. That's the only kind of painting I like. Now, I did used to paint like old furniture to make it look like antique, like redo furniture and make it look old and rustic and stuff, but I haven't done that in forever either. That's hard work. All right, I'm going to go. I got to go pick up the kiddo, but it was good hanging out with you guys today. It was a lot of fun. Um, it was fun to kind of sit back and listen to Sarah, right? Sarah Boone. Um, that's going to be something else. So I'm not sure what we'll do tomorrow. I will keep you informed as to what tomorrow's live stream will be about. So I don't know. We might check into that thing QB was talking about with that tell us or what it taught. What did you say his name was? Richard Ronald something. Yeah, tomorrow's Karen Reed, but not till 2 p.m. I'm talking about what am I going to do in the morning? Robert, tell us. Okay, there you go. So I have to have something to do tomorrow morning. Yeah, make sure you guys all do the YouTube things, like, subscribe, #replay. If you do subscribe, make sure to click the notification bell, ring that bell. If you want to become a member, we have memberships now. We got super cute emojis and all the things. All right. I love you guys, and I'll see you back tomorrow. I'm gonna go get my baby. Love you guys. Bye.